Yeah, thank you.
Call the meeting to our regular board meeting together, October the 20th, 2020. Roll call.
Director Jones?
Here.
Director McLaughlin?
Here.
Director Bernstein?
Present.
Director Crawley?
Present.
Director Solano?
Here.
Okay, can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. So there is a reportable item action from our closed session meeting, and I want Steve, if you don't mind, reporting that out for everyone.
Sure, thank you. The board met in closed session as agendized and considered an action and voted in favor of a motion to enable an ad hoc committee of directors Solano and McLaughlin to work with the general counsel to develop for board review proposed revisions to district policies concerning procurement, broadly construing that term. And the motion passed by a vote of 3-2. In favor were directors Solano, McLaughlin, and Bernstein, and opposed were directors Jones and Ciancarelli. And that is the report out of the action taken in closed session.
Thank you very much, Steve. I appreciate that for standing in for me. Public comment number 2. Michelle, do we have any?
Not received any public comments.
No public comments. Okay. So we'll move into hearing a report from the fire chief for discussion and direction.
Director, if you don't mind, if we could move to presentation number 3 or item number 3, that has to do with a guest that we have on tonight, Fergus O'Shea from Facebook. Just as a courtesy to him, it would be nice for him to be able to do his presentation, the board ask questions, and then come back to me if you don't mind.
I'm okay with that, if that's okay with the rest of the board members. Okay. I got a head nod and some. So we'll move on to presentation number 3, Menlo Park Community Campus presentation. Chief, you want to cue yourself for that one?
Yeah, so I just want to introduce Fergus O'Shea from Facebook. Fergus is involved with the Belhaven Community Center, and we had hoped to do this earlier in the year, but obviously with COVID and a number of different things that occurred, it just it hadn't happened. But I want to make sure that he has an opportunity to present what they're proposing to do in partnership with the city of Menlo Park, and you know, to the benefit of the residents of the Belhaven portion of Menlo Park, between the library, the pool, the community center, the senior center. There's a lot of stuff going on in this project, and you know, he can bring you up to speed on exactly what they're proposing to do and where they are with the city at this point. So I'll turn it over to him.
Thanks, Chief.
Thanks, Chief. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
you can.
Awesome. I'm also joined, Chief, by Aaron Ashley with Hart Howerton. So Aaron's going to be assisting me with the presentation. I'm going to, if it's okay, Director Jones, I'm going to share my screen
Sure.
presentation. And okay.
Got it.
Give me 1 second. Yeah. Zoom, okay, that's good. Okay, let me try this again. Okay, here we go.
Oh,
You see my screen?
yeah, we see it.
Okay, great. So thank you, Chief, and thank you, directors, for having us here this evening. As the Chief said, my name is Fergus O'Shea, and I'm Director of Facebook's facilities team in Menlo Park. As I said, I'm joined by Aaron Ashley with Hart Howerton. They're our architects and master planner for this project. So thanks for the invite. We're excited to present the project. We're calling it the Menlo Park Community Campus, the MPCC. I'm just going to start by giving you a quick overview. Aaron is going to present a few slides to give you a sense of the project, and then we'll be available to answer any questions. So just first a little history. Facebook's been in Menlo Park for about 10 years. During that time, we've heard a lot from the community in regards to the need for increased community services and facilities, especially in the Belhaven neighborhood. So last year, we began a series of meetings with some key community leaders and began gathering information on what the community would like to see in a new facility. So in December, we submitted a proposal to the City of Menlo Park. Our proposal it was to build a new multi-use, multi-generational community facility. Would have replaced the existing facilities at the Netta Harris Community Center and Senior Center. And our proposal involves construction of one building, about 38,000 square feet, and to include a new senior center, a youth center, adult and children's libraries, community and classroom spaces, and recreational and fitness facilities, and a new pool is included as part of the project. So in the proposal to the city, we outlined the various phases. We had some series of public meetings earlier in the year. They were really well attended. We got a lot of feedback from the community on the types of programs they'd like to see, the types of spaces they'd like to see in the new facility. That helped to form the plan, which we're going to show you tonight, the site plan and some of the renderings of the project. And Aaron will be presenting those. As Chief said, we'd hoped to be with you earlier in the year and have this initial phase wrapped up with a council approval this summer. With COVID, that's been pushed back. Our new timeline now is to have a project in front of the City Council in January, Menlo Park City Council, for their approval, and then to break ground next year. And our goal is to open the facility in early 2023, so a little over 2 years from now. Sorry, 2.5 years from now. So I'd like to highlight just this is a unique project for us. This is a facility not tied to a development agreement. It's an investment in the community for the community. Our team is really excited about this project. I personally am very excited about the project. This project for us is a partnership with key stakeholders, including yourselves. So I want to thank you for the support. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Aaron. And Aaron, are you online? Can you hear me, Aaron?
Fergus, you there? Sorry about that.
Here you are. There you go.
Okay.
Great. Take it away.
Well, okay. Good evening. My name's Aaron Ashley. I'm a partner and managing principal at Hart Howerton. I'll just apologize. I can't get my camera to work. I just landed at SFO and I'm not used to being on the road. But Fergus and I are really excited to share what we've been working on with the community in the city for the Menlo Park Community Campus. And so we just had a handful of slides to run through to give you a little context, and then happy to answer any questions. So Fergus, if you just want to jump in.
Yep. You want to start with the content slide or the slide?
Yeah, keep going through the slides. Sorry.
Right.
Fergus and I are still working on our ham and egg. And
tell me when you want the next one. Thanks.
Yeah, let's keep going. Actually, Fergus, I have to apologize. My screen is not advancing with you.
You know what? I think it's my fault. And what can you see there now, Aaron? Let me stop share for a second, then you show.
Perfect.
Okay, great.
So just to kind of quickly update you, we started to meet with members of the community in the city almost a year ago with this idea for a new community center in Belhaven. And it really caught speed in the winter. We had a couple of really well-attended, engaging community engagement sessions in the winter. We were excited to get in front of Planning Commission, and then COVID hit and put a little delay. But if you go to the next slide, Fergus, there's effectively the proposal is to take the several buildings that make up the facility today. There's the Onetta Harris Community Center, the Senior Center, there's a Youth Center. As many of you know, there's a modest library down the street at the elementary school, and then the swimming pool, and consolidated into a single new, efficient, modern facility that would capitalize on the synergies of having everything under one roof. So if you go to the next page, Fergus. So the current proposal is for a new two-story, approximately 38,000 square foot building that would be home to a senior center, community center facilities, a new library for adults, a library for children, a youth center, and locker rooms that could share between fitness facilities, a new basketball gym, new workout room, new movement studio, and classroom space, as well as a new series of swimming pools. And in the process, our objective is to make a really kind of easy to find, easy to park, efficient to use facility that kind of works for everybody and really becomes integral to the fabric of the neighborhood, and in many ways connects the neighborhood better to this terrific field and park complex than it is today. So if you go to the next page, Fergus. So we had, like I said, a series of community workshops at the Senior Center, and you know, we had a lot of initial ideas we shared, and we got just wonderful input from the community. They were drawing pictures, they were telling us what they liked and didn't like, and the feedback was really integral to the programming of the facility. How many spaces of what kind of flexibility, what kind of spaces belonged on the ground floor versus an upper floor. So it's really just kind of a wonderful process. And then we've used that information and really thought hard with the city about how this could be efficiently run so that really you sort of maximize the opportunity for the community within the facility. If you go to the next slide, Fergus. So there's some members of our team here receiving input. We had a little model. We had pictures. And what we heard was about a very, excited community who's eager to do a lot of different things here. And so if you go to the next slide, that really led to a building program and some design concepts. So what we've landed on, as I mentioned, is a new two-story facility that's really welcoming. Here's a quick sketch of how one would arrive. So it's kind of welcoming porch. Go to the next page. As you can see, there's sort of a single parking lot that would be shared with Beechwood. Sort of much easier to navigate. Samtrans and the seniors have shuttles and buses that use the facility as well. Service is sort of stacked at the top of the screen, letter J. And then really the front door is at the center of the screen. And it's sort of, you arrive, and at the ground floor is this wonderful children's library. And then there are senior and community gathering rooms towards the top of the screen, and youth and fitness spaces towards the bottom of the screen. And you can see that the new pools consist of one larger 25-yard pool for lap swimming, a smaller, warmer pool for sort of all-season lap swimming, and then there's a splash pad, kind of a fun thing for kids to play with at the bottom of the screen. If you go to the next page, Fergus. And so, as Fergus mentioned at the top, this is really kind of 5 facilities under one roof. And we've done a lot of work coordinating with staff and the community on how to make it well used, sort of every hour of the day, every day of the week, and not a place where half of the facility sits idle for half a day or half a week. Next slide. And so, we're in that kind of early architectural character stage where we have a lot of work and a lot of thinking into the programming and the sort of basic massing, how things stack on top of one another, what goes on the ground floor, what goes on the second floor. And we're really kind of turning a corner from massing and programming into kind of architectural character. So you're sort of seeing this at the infancy. You can see the pools in the foreground, the parking lot. The library is really this sort of wonderful space that sits over top of the entry on the second floor. Go to the next page, Fergus. We're thinking about, at this point, materials and character. The community has expressed a desire for a contemporary building, a very forward-looking facility that'll take them into the next generation. So we're really excited to think about that with them, but still something that feels neighborly and utilizes kind of warm, terrific materials. Go to the next page. Again, early stages of architectural character, you can imagine the kind of welcoming, very glazy ground floor, staircase up to the upper floor, and then that huge bank of windows on the second floor is the library and teen space. And so again, it's actually interesting. Out of this process, the library is not like a library we may have grown up with where there's lots of books. It's really a place that's geared around gathering, tutoring, studying, interacting with your friends. And so it's really an interesting program. I think it's really going to feel like a kind of a really cool living room for the community. Next page. So we've been working through floor plans, the organization of uses, the size of rooms. I think we're trying to make sure that these rooms feel really welcoming and have lots of natural light. The building height from floor to floor and the exposure is really there to sort of encourage natural light into the building that really feels warm and welcoming. If you go upstairs, Fergus. Again, this library is sort of the knuckle, but off of the library are tutoring rooms, classrooms. There's an art classroom that's called a maker space. There's a dance and movement, fitness classroom called the Movement Studio, a new fitness. For the most part, this significantly enlarges all the programs that exist today between the various buildings, and then captures a lot of efficiency and synergy by putting them all under one roof. Next page. This is a section cut through the middle of the building where you enter from the lower right of the image. There's this really kind of great children's library space on the ground floor that flows to an outdoor terrace. So, you can kind of let the rugrats run around, and story hour could be held outside when the weather's nice. And then upstairs, it's this really great community library space that has exposures on 2 sides of the building. So you can be in the shade when you want, you can be in the sun when you want. Really a space that could be used all day. Next page. For the most part, it's a fairly simple building from stacking. There's a double height space where we have a basketball gymnasium. There's about a 1.5-story space, which is a community multi-purpose room and a senior dining room. And then for the most part, everything sort of stacks on top of each other, and we're anticipating a fairly simple series of flat roofs that manage mechanical systems. And there's a huge expectation of sustainability, and so there's a ton of solar panels and other devices that we're looking forward to incorporating. Next page. And so here you get a kind of a sense of the acreage of solar panels and some of the other things we're anticipating. Next page. And again, kind of early characters. So this is the rear of the building where the children's library spills out. On that upper floor, there's a terrace where the maker space. They can take art projects outside that overlook Kelly Park. The lower right corner is actually the youth center, and part of the youth center creates a new playground. That it's, on the one hand, it's part of the compliance of the youth centers to state mandate, but also becomes a really awesome new amenity for the neighborhood, this new play area. Next page. And, we're really excited, and I'll just close it here because it's just a building that really we think fits into the scale of the park, and the neighborhood becomes this kind of just awesome amenity for Belhaven and the city as a whole, and becomes just part of this Kelly Park, Beechwood, Belhaven neighborhood. So Fergus, I don't know if I missed anything, but happy to answer any questions.
No, I think you've captured everything. So, thanks, Aaron.
Are there any board members have any questions, comments? Great architectural work that you did there in that space. I think the community there is going to be really proud. It's been a long time coming in that particular area of seeing a unified change in terms of looking at some of their needs. So congratulations on the job.
So directors, it's not on the agenda tonight because we're not quite there yet, but probably similar to what happened in Atherton at some point, you'll be asked to waive fees, I would guess, because it's another community project. But as they mentioned, it's in the early stages. So they just wanted to tee it up and let you know that's probably going to come at some point before you. Fire prevention is obviously working with them on access and water supply, which is what we're concerned about. But at this point, from my standpoint, we're working in lockstep with the architect, and as the proposals come forward into fruition, then we'll do our final reviews and bring this back to you when it's ready for any type of submittal and fee.
Thank you. Thank you for taking time out to present this to us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Fergus.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Reach out anytime with questions. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number, Chief, you want to go back into your report, or do you want to?
Yeah, no, I want to go. I'll just highlight it real quick because I know we got a full night, and I don't want to take up too much time and hopefully answer any questions that you have. The first item in the Chief's report is Prime Gov. I know there's always some concern about access to information. It should be streamlined now. Please take advantage of the Prime Gov site. Michelle did a lot of work on this with the vendor, and everything should be up and running. So congratulations to her. It was not an easy road, along with IT's help. And that site should be fully functional. If you find there's any problems, please let her know so she can address that. But again, that Prime Gov site is where we're now going for all the board agendas and information and so forth. Everything's been loaded on there. We currently do not have anybody out on a wildland fire deployment, which is a great thing. Although, we're under a red flag warning, so a little concerned about that, but it has been literally almost nonstop. Same thing with the urban search and rescue program. Everybody is back, and the state has allowed us now to resume normal call out for federal events. On COVID-19, I just try and give you the latest numbers of what's going on. There is some discussion with the city of Menlo Park regarding testing. The new testing by the county is no longer the what we call the brain swab. They've gone to the mouth self-administered kit. And so there's some discussion with them about whether or not we would want to use those on calls on patients. It's unresolved at this point, but that is something that we're looking at. The Chiefs group is dealing with obviously a PPE grant. We offered up the warehouse to collect all the equipment that's coming in for the grant and serve as the distribution point for that to the other fire agencies in the county. Atherton, East Palo Alto, Menlo Park, obviously the election's coming up. Several of us attended the FBI briefing recently on cyber threats and other concerns. about the upcoming election. And obviously we'll work with our law enforcement partners who take the lead, obviously, on any type of broader issues or concerns that could come up regarding protests, disruption, or anything like that. In regards to Caltrans, there was a debris cleanup in the triangle, which is great. And then I've been working with the state, starting to work with them on the broader policy issues that have governed what we could and could not do and what they could and could not do in terms of camp removal and, COVID. So they're starting, I think, to realize that if you don't do anything, you're making things probably worse. So at this point, there's a revisiting that's going on regarding that those entire statements that they've made regarding how the state, which includes the CHP and Caltrans, will address encampments on their property, state property, which is about 41 acres out of 60 within the triangle area. And we're still working with the city of Menlo Park on that, obviously, on housing, which is kind of a big deal too for displacement. In terms of the civil grand jury in the packet, we had a ransomware civil grand jury report that came out. We'll be working on that to respond to it within the 90 days that's there. We'll get back to you on that. I was unaware that they were doing that. I don't think we ever were asked to comment. Apparently some were, we were not. But that is part of your packet if you want to read it. And we'll be addressing that, since obviously we need to bring back to you what our responses will be. Statewide grants, the governor's office, and Director McLaughlin brought this up too, but recently the CSDA was successful in advocating for a $20 million out of $50 million available grant funds that had to do with public safety, power shutoffs, PG&E, and then disruption to the power supply, specifically within underprivileged and impacted areas. So we're working on that now. We may need to have a special meeting. We can get up to $300,000 in a grant, but it needs to be submitted. I mean, nothing like the last minute. It needs to be submitted by the end of the month, October 30th. So we would need to have a special meeting for the board to weigh in whether you want to go forward. But staff is working on those options right now. We also work with Facebook, not just on the community center, but their architect recently brought us up to speed on the 50-acre Willow campus proposal. And it's changed now several times. All I can say is stay tuned. I don't know how many more times it will change, but at this point, we'll just monitor the progress, weigh in as we need to, but I don't think it's the final proposal yet. So, we'll take it with a level of seriousness that's typically where these things will change around. So we don't want to put too much time into it. Stanford Leader Accelerator, I did meet with them. I'm waiting for them to give me some feedback that I can share with Steve on some of the legality changes. And equally, we did have some good discussion around cost. I brought up the concerns that you brought up to me, and I shared them with them. So hopefully we'll have some responses and answers back for you regarding fee structure, cost, and reimbursement and so forth. Board related meetings and contacts, there's been several in there, as you can read. And I think one of the big ones that we're working on, and I need to get back with Steve, but we've been busy preparing for this meeting, is to set a date for the Human Resources Committee regarding the legal review, which was a request to come back to the committee on some of the benefit issues for the non-represented and chiefs group. So we'll be doing that. We'll have to get some dates on the schedule with you. And then I know coming up after me, will be board goals. And we did work with Belinda. I know Manny worked with her, worked with Robert. Manny worked with Belinda as well. And so that's teed up and ready after this report. And I was a guest speaker for NPC Ready, for a Wildland Forum, both for Slack and then also with Councilmember Mueller did one of those. And then I did do a Zoom conference as a speaker as part of public safety for ART, which is public safety personnel, police and fire typically for drones and drone response. And we do have, I know Director Solano asked about NFPA surveys. We've completed 2 that were given to us, and then 1 FDAC, Fire District Association survey that had to do with urban interface. And I think John Johnson just submitted that because there were some questions about defensible space and so forth that we were being asked to answer. And lastly, to address some of the security concerns and potential break-in issues that we've actually had here, we did install an alarm system. So at some point, we'll have to make sure if you're going to enter the building, you have the access code. It's not live yet. We did upgrade the cameras that we have here so that we have better cameras. We've had to use those on several occasions now, and they're 10 years old. They're not as good as the modern systems that are out there. But between both buildings, I think we've got an upgraded security system with some new camera technology that allows us to do a better job of making sure the site is more secure than it was before, which was a safety concern, especially as employees come and go at different times. Not everybody's in the building anymore. So we want to make sure we address those concerns and those issues as well. So if you have any questions for me, happy to answer them, but that's my report.
Any, I don't see any hands up. Oh, except for Chuck. Chuck?
Chief, I have 2 questions.
Sure.
The last thing you just mentioned, the last thing in your report, I don't know that we have to go into great detail, but have we had break-ins at the admin building?
Yeah, actually, we've had people try and break in the building next door, casing this building, and then they also attempted to break into the house on Chilco. So again, what's happened, I think, specifically when a lot of the business areas were emptied out, residential burglaries went down, but apparently commercial burglaries went up. So when you have a building that doesn't have too many people in it, then you have, those types of things that can occur. So, it's unfortunate, but when that happened, we actually observed one of those next door at the building one night, and the vehicle with 2 people in it raced off once they realized that they had been discovered, and were tampering with the back door of the building next door.
I have, my second question actually is really better directed to Stephen Miller. I'm wondering if it's possible for the board to look at things like building security and also this issue of ransomware that is in our agenda. Do we have an exception for that so that could be in a closed session?
Yes, absolutely, Director Bernstein. And I've already talked to the chief about how best to structure the discussion of the civil grand jury report so that those items that are related to public security are conducted in closed session, I think in line with your thinking. So absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I might add to that too. So when we did do some of the upgrades recently, as I mentioned, for the access to the website, we have also noted an increase in the number of times that we're trying to be hacked. And so that's become more often, obviously the upgrade of software, protective measures and so forth, whether it's physical security or in this particular case, our internal communication systems, it seems as if there's been an uptick in the amount of activity to try and get into our systems and to our buildings.
Any more questions for Chief? I have a question, Chief, regarding the, you mentioned about the work with Menlo Park and the COVID-19. Are you proceeding to get authorization from the county health department, or is the city of Menlo Park moving in that direction to get authority, and how's that proceeding?
Yeah, so the request came from the county, but supposedly, and I think it was kind of perceived this way, that the city specific to Bellhaven wanted to do testing. Similar to what's going on in East Palo Alto. The genesis and evolution of testing, though, as I mentioned, is at the point now where the kit has changed, which means that you don't need someone to administer it again for a person or a patient. And, as far as what we looked at, it made more sense instead of doing, trying to be involved with testing similar to what's going on around us, which is already in place, is that, why wouldn't we just test people on a call since we're already there on the call? And I proposed that to the county and said, look, instead of doing this drive-through, which seems to be evolving and changing and not necessarily what we do, why don't we just, have patients test themselves on a call and then, take control of the sample kit or the kit and turn it into the county. They like that, but I don't know that they're still in discussion. I did explain that to the city manager and the mayor and said, hey, these are things that, we're on a medical call already and it's self-administered. So it's no different than any other patient care treatment. It would have to be authorized by the county. So we'll see whether they find that's the most efficient, effective way to do it. They seem to want to go into the neighborhoods that they believe have not had a lot of testing. And so I pointed out to them that, well, if you want to do that, you got a lot of people who are in their homes. If they're ill or calling us because they are ill, we're going to be in there anyway. So, this is elderly people who may be bedridden, who may be sick. And, as much as I know people believe that, they're not getting treatment at hospitals and other care facilities, which is true, the firefighters have never stopped responding to medical calls. So we're kind of the mainstay that's still out doing door-to-door service in the community. And it's essentially, treating and touching patients. So the part that we liked about this was the self-administered mouth swab does mean that we have limited contact, no different than any other treatment, like we would have to do a blood pressure or administer an IV or any other type of technique. So we'll see what the county wants to do. I said to them that if they like that, then we could also test other people in the home or have them test themselves. And then if they like that and it worked out, maybe we could do a more targeted for an apartment building or a neighborhood or whatever. But, I believe in starting small. So we'll see. The city manager and the mayor seemed to think that was a good start step too. But now we're in the middle of county health and county EMS, and they have to figure out whether or not that's going to meet their goals.
Do they have a target, or I'm sorry, do they have a county have a target?
Well, they have a number target of how many tests per day. I mean, look, the way the state restructured the system, not to get too deep into it, but I think if you follow the color coding, X number of tests need to be done per day. And I don't see us doing the traditional, line test, because I think East Palo Alto's realized, and maybe you can attest to this too, they don't know who's going to come through that drive-through. So it may not be somebody that's even in their community. Whereas when we go to somebody's house in Bellhaven or East Palo Alto or North Fair Oaks, it's a resident of the community, and it's someone that if they're ill, they're not coming out of their house, or maybe they're elderly and they don't want to have that level of contact with anybody else. So it made a lot of sense to me that we're going to, you know, that would touch a percentage of the population that is not currently being tested. And again, it's a self-administered test. So there's no longer a need to, you know, have someone administer it. They do that for themselves because it's a mouth swab test.
Thank you, Chief.
You
Any other questions, Chief? If not, then we'll move on to.
Hey, Robert, I have one more thing and I forgot this.
Yeah.
So I apologize. On our website, and it didn't get really any media attention, but we did put out a release, and I thought I included it in here, but I guess I missed it. To let you know, so every station we have now is on the Shake Alert, Sky Alert system, with the exception of Station 4, because that would be a new system. But there is a difference. If you remember, we said we were going to expand this program. There is a difference because the older stations, which are the more vulnerable stations, are not able to have the doors open, the lights turn on, the gas be shut off. It's not a smart station. You know, they're all older buildings.
Right.
It's 70, 65 years old. I mean, so it doesn't have that level of technology built into it. But we did make sure that we had the early warning system put in so the firefighters get the same countdown that, you know, the more modern Station 6 and Station 2 have. So I don't know anybody else that has that at this point, but again, that's a Sky Alert and Shake Alert, which is the USGS system that uses the ground sensors and gives you earthquake early warning. At Stations 2 and 6, the doors open, the gas shuts off, the lights turn on, all those things. At the other stations, with the exception of Station 4, it's the audible and the countdown because the stations don't have the capability to do everything else that we have in the newer facilities. We did not put it in 4 because obviously the goal is to rebuild 4. So we didn't feel that was a good use of district funds to do that.
Great, Chief.
Yeah, it's a good thing after 31 years after Loma Prieta, you know, to get a heads up before the earthquake hits. And, you know, obviously, again, the older stations are the more vulnerable stations. So,
Right.
you know, not to discount the new ones, but having a brand new, you know, steel frame building is a little bit different than being in like Station 1, which has, you know, a steel frame put in it after the '89 earthquake, but it's still a masonry building.
Yeah. Wow, that's fantastic. Wow. Thanks for the good news.
Yeah, it is good news. It's a great thing. It's a good safety thing for the firefighters.
Oh, yeah, of course. So we'll move on now to item, any other questions for Chief? If not, then we'll move on to item number 2, which is General Counsel report. Steve?
Hello, everybody. I'm going to chat with you, as is my wont these last few meetings, about 5 minutes to bring to your attention a little nugget of legal wisdom concerning the Brown Act. Tonight's topic is a new law that was just signed by the governor a few weeks ago, amending the Brown Act to clarify how the Brown Act treats communications on social media. We've all been waiting for this for maybe a decade, and now we have a little bit of clarification, as you will soon learn. I need to take about 3 minutes to do a little bit of a background. We're all familiar with the concept of serial meetings. Under the Brown Act, it's prohibited for a majority of the members of a board outside of a meeting agendized under the Brown Act to use a series of communications, either directly or through intermediaries, to discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item of the public business. So you're not allowed outside of a public meeting to use a series of communications, either direct or through intermediaries, to discuss, deliberate, or take action. And that definitional scheme gives rise to the classic 2 types of serial meetings that folks talk about. One is the links in a chain, and the other is the hub and a spoke. The links in a chain are when board member A talks to B and B talks to C, and now you have used a series of communications to have a majority of the board discuss an item within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. The hub and spoke requires the use of an intermediary where board member A may talk to person X and person X talks to board member B and board member C, but nonetheless, a majority of the board, A, B, and C, have discussed an item through the intermediary of person X. And
Wow.
those are serial meetings prohibited by the board. The classic thing we've all wrestled with is how to handle emails with serial meetings. Reply all is a Brown Act nightmare that we're all familiar with, but just it's easy to have email communications that inadvertently create serial meetings because you don't know who's talking to whom. And if board member A emails B and then B emails person X has no idea that board member A has been involved. And so emails board member C, and suddenly you have the same issue. So emails are a problem, but that's nothing compared to the problems that have developed in the last now almost a decade regarding social media, which have had basically flummoxed Brown Act practitioners to give sound advice because the variety of specific scenarios that could implicate the Brown Act are just infinite. Board member A posts something to Facebook, board member B responds with a smiley face emoji, and board member C takes a screenshot of that smiley face and tweets out that screenshot to all board member C's followers, which include who knows how many other board members, and is that a serial meeting or not? The only really reliable advice that anybody could give board members is, hey, don't use social media. And that's not a very practical piece of advice in today's age. And so we've all been struggling with how to handle the potential for serial meetings under the world we live in with social media. Now, finally, as you can tell, I'm so excited because we have some new guidance. And as you would expect with anything that goes through the legislative process in Sacramento, it has some confusions and some intricate language, but it does on whole, I think, help clarify for sure Brown Act rules for social media communication. And I would imagine that will have some practical and hopefully positive impact on all of you who I imagine are social. If you have kids, you use social media. It's the only way to keep tabs of your children. At least that's what I find. So under this new law, AB 992, I think the most helpful way I can describe it to you all is there are two rules regarding social media. The first rule is very permissive, and the second rule is very restrictive. So the very permissive rule of AB 992 is that a board member now may, without fear of implicating the Brown Act serial meeting prohibition, use any social media platform, and that term is defined as you would expect it to be defined. It's an internet service that's open to the public and it's pretty broadly defined, but you may use a social media platform to answer questions, provide information to the public, get information back from the public, even on topics that are within the subject matter area of your agency, without fear of violating the Brown Act, so long as you don't use a social media platform to discuss amongst yourselves with a majority of the board. So of course, like a private chat room that's not open to the public that only board members can participate in, that would still be subject to the serial meeting prohibitions. But other than that, except for the restrictive rule I'm about to mention, it's pretty much of a free pass to use social media. Including emojis, which are discussed in the statute in particular. The restrictive rule, however, is really quite restrictive in my view, maybe even more than the current rule, because now under the law, a member of a board may not respond directly to any communication on social media that's made, posted, or shared by one other member of the board. So you no longer need a majority to implicate the Brown Act rules. If board member A posts something to a social media platform, no other board member may respond directly to that communication, period. So that is really quite a bit more restrictive now, which would allow two board members to communicate freely, so long as there's not a third board member involved. That no longer seems to be the case when social media is involved. I'm imagining, without really any basis for this, that the reason for that is that the potential for serial meetings and the involvement inadvertently of other members of the board is so high on social media that the Brown Act now limits communications to one-way communications with the public, or vice versa. It doesn't have to be one way, but communications with the public, not directly to and between two board members.
Wow.
So short story is, it's fine to use social media to post your own thoughts. It's fine to interact with the public. It's fine to use as many emojis as you like, but don't respond to another board member's social media posting, even just with a thumbs up emoji. And I'm sure you may have questions. We're all going to have to sort of see how this law works out, and the kinks will have to get worked out, and we'll learn more as time goes by. But for now, I'm happy to answer questions as best I can, or not. But thanks for your time this evening.
Okay, are there any follow-up questions for Steve? Chuck?
You're muted, Director Bernstein.
You're muted, Chuck.
Thank you. I do have a question. I was just curious about the applicability of this to somebody, say an outside person, communicating with more than two members of a board while a meeting is in progress. I don't ever have like a cell phone open or anything during a meeting, but I note that some boards do have people who are on a phone while the meeting is progressing. Does this law pertain to communications during a public meeting?
This new law does not specifically, but the Brown Act would speak to those communications just like any other communication. And they are also public records. The subject of the most recent California Supreme Court case on the Public Records Act concerned text messages that were circulating during a board meeting between lobbyists, members of the public, and members of a city council. And so the answer to your question is yes.
And to your knowledge, are boards anywhere writing rules about the use of some sort of device during a public meeting?
To my knowledge, there are not, I'm not aware of specific rules governing the use of electronic devices during meetings, but there are lots of rules governing the use of public agency-owned devices and the extent to which there's a limited expectation of privacy and that only public business may be conducted on publicly owned devices and those types of policies. But for sure, private communications, well, secret communications on public business would implicate the Brown Act, whether they are done during a meeting or not, if they're not open to the public.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Steve? I don't see any hands up, Steve. So I guess that will take us to the end of your presentation. Thank you very much. It was very fascinating to understand what the new current laws are related to communication, because it's easy to communicate in that series of events quite easily. We'll move on to then item number 3. We have about 3 presentations. And the first one we have had, which was with the Menlo Park Community Campus. The next one, update from Belinda. You there?
I am. Good evening.
Yes. You want to cue that up?
Great. Michelle, is it okay if I start sharing my screen?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. So I'll share an update of work that is being done mostly by the Strategic Planning Committee and also by Chief Navarro and Stevens, who also contributed to this. So they can feel free to pipe up if there's anything that you all want to add. And I'll go through the presentation and then we can discuss. So some of this will be familiar to you from previous presentations with some small updates, and then there's some new information. So with regard to board priorities and your organizational strategic plan goals, as you know, you had these 10 priorities that you came up with at the beginning of the year. And these are them in order of priority. And then we updated this slide a little bit based on the feedback last time. And so what this does now is it still lists the 10 priorities that you had. So here, as a reminder, on the top row are your organizational strategic plan goals. And then underneath here are the board priorities, which fit under various strategic plan goals. So the top priority items, there were 4. The top one was perform data analysis of performance and improve response time. The second one was create a long-term capital plan. And then the other 2 priority number 3s were tied. Undertake succession planning and support mentorship of future leaders and personnel development as a learning organization, and encourage using technology to enhance emergency services. So we'll come back to this at the end. We have a draft dashboard that we've been working on as a way of measuring progress towards these board goals. So we can come back to that. But for now, we'll just go on to a little bit of roles and process work that we've been doing in the committee. And so this is kind of a heavy slide, but basically this kind of pulled together a lot of information. Actually, most of it was from your policy manual, just to kind of clarify some of the roles for board members and for staff with, you know, I should say, like with this plan here, part of the challenge is like, how in the weeds should the board be? How much information does the board need to get? And it's this balance of the staff is executing, right? And the board is doing policy and big picture and setting priorities. And the board needs a certain amount of information and feedback to be empowered to do their work. And then at the same time, the staff needs sufficient flexibility and ability to go and execute and do their job. And so Chief Navarro and Stevens are working on a very detailed implementation plan with deliverables where they are following through on the details and the execution of this. And the Strategic Planning Committee members helped contribute to that document and provided some guidance that was integrated into those documents. But those documents are like very much on the implementation in the weeds end of things. And so from the board perspective, we've got this level and then the dashboard that I'll show you at the end. So some guidance from the Policy and Procedures Manual. Board of Directors' main role is the formulation and evaluation of policy. The ultimate responsibility of the board is to ensure the lawful and efficient operations of the district. You're the supervisory body of the fire chief, for the fire chief, and you ratify the annual budgets and expenditures. Board members' decisions and actions must be guided by the district's mission and goals. Board members serve individually and collectively as representatives of citizens. Individual directors have no individual authority. And the fire chief should have full administrative authority for properly discharging duties. So in other words, within board priorities, policies, the fire chief has full administrative authority to execute on those policies. The fire chief or designee is a technical advisor to the board. Directors are responsible for monitoring fire chief's progress. Board governance is distinguished from responsibilities of the chief and staff in that routine matters concerning operational aspects of the district are delegated to the chief and professional staff. And then last, if the board member finds it necessary to speak to the media regarding the fire district, that member should be clear that he's or she is speaking as an individual board member. In order to speak for the board, any individual board member must be authorized by the board. So this is just kind of like a summary from your manual of just some different kind of roles and procedures that we pulled out in terms of clarifying board and staff roles. In terms of committees, we have, as you know, the 4 main committees with their areas of work. And then in terms of committee roles, the committees support the agency's strategic plan goals by analyzing issues and developing recommendations. Committees conduct an in-depth review of complex work projects underway. So the committee work fits under the organizational strategic goals and the board priorities. Committees do not initiate new action or work program requests, nor start new research projects. All committee work is delegated from the board. So that's from your procedures manual. Each committee has a purpose statement and an annual work plan that's defined and aligned with the agency's strategic goals. Committees meet monthly as necessary, and committees produce a report on their work, perhaps each month, and present it to the board. So that's a summary of the work on roles. Then the calendar you might have seen before. This is a proposed calendar just for some tracking and monitoring of the planning work. So in January, you would meet and perhaps have an orientation for if there's any new board members, refresh the board work plan. Let's see. In June, you might do a mid-year review and budget. And then in October, November, you might refresh the annual priorities for next year. And then here is the dashboard. This is the last slide I have to show you. So this is very much a draft, but the concept here is that we take those 9 board priorities and report that the staff report on them to you in this format that's a condensed format that highlights, like a dashboard, some of the main outcomes on those priorities that the board has. So in other words, the board has the priority and then it's up to the staff to execute and make those happen. And then to report back to the board on how it's going. So for example, the first one, perform data analysis of performance and improve response time. So you have adopted time is 7 minutes, actual time is whatever it is, and then a rating of that. And there might be some backup information to back these up that would be provided, but this would be kind of like a dashboard that you might get on some regular basis. So that is the end of the presentation. I don't know if other members of the Strategic Planning Committee want to add anything.
Jim,
I don't. No, thank you so much for your work, Melinda.
yeah. Thank you very much, Belinda. I think you've done an excellent job. I think there's still work left in getting to the finish line on certain full implementation of the policies around each one of those particular areas. It's going to be a work in progress, and I think it's going to require all the board members to really put our heads together and trying to look at those policies around those areas. So yeah, thank you very much, Belinda.
It was a team effort.
The only other piece that we have, not the only, but another piece will follow. Belinda mentioned the calendar. I think each one of those areas have their own timeline that could be looked at. And so that's something that we'll probably need to take a look at sometime in terms of, because we don't want 10 years down the road, we still haven't moved the needle in terms of getting stuff done. Thank you. If there's no other question for Belinda, then we'll move on to item number 5. And that has to do with, Chief, did you have any questions before I move on regarding that?
No, I was going to tee up the next one.
Okay. Okay, so we're at item number 5. So I'll turn it over to you at this point, Chief.
Yeah, so I have Ryan and Andres are here tonight, and they're prepared to go over the report and the staff report that I asked them to write, but also the presentation that they presented to the board committee. I know there was a lot on that agenda that day, so I know that they didn't get the full time they were hoping, but hopefully tonight all the board members will see it. We try to accompany it with a staff report so you could read it as well as see it, and I'll let Ryan take it from there.
Okay, thanks, Chief. I'm not sure if you guys can see me. My camera started. I can see everybody, but I don't see us. But if Michelle can bring up the presentation and allow us to advance it.
Give me a few moments here. I was planning on you doing the presentation, so hang on.
Oh, I can.
Anybody got a good song they want to sing? Kumbaya or something?
I apologize, directors. I was under the. Okay.
Don't worry. Yeah, my former life, I should have been a comedian. So.
I can.
Hey, Robert, at least your computer's working. I'm working off my phone now.
Well, yeah, I get to go in and shake my my Wi-Fi a little bit. So
I don't know. I'll try to get my computer to work.
Thank you, Michelle. I actually was going to desktop. Okay, so I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this 6-month strategic plan that Andreas and I proposed to the ePrep committee. Really, we spent a lot of time just assessing currently where the district is at in regards to the CERT program and the volunteer management aspects associated with how we go about managing a CERT program within the district. Really, a lot of the core fundamentals that we looked at is getting back to the program manager manual, the CERT program manual, which is G427, as far as what's going to lay the groundwork associated with trying to realign this program back into the district along the lines of the fundamentals. So Andreas is going to go through just some of the items within the plan. There's a lot of tasks associated with the details associated with how we're going to roll it out, but we're going to stick to the high level items associated with what we're working on currently. If I can advance to the next slide is.
Okay, this is Andres. Can you hear me?
This
is Andres. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm going to go through these. I'm not going to stop at hit every point on here because I know it's a long meeting, but I'll try to hit the highlights and maybe flesh some of those out. So really, starting at the top, we're looking at developing CERT SOPs and guidelines plans. We've got some old SOPs that we had. I'm reaching out to some of the surrounding CERT programs, such as San Mateo Consolidated. They just updated their SOPs. We're looking at theirs. We're getting some ideas and working on that. Moving down to A4, we're in the process of developing a new CERT website. We're getting ready to roll it out. We want to have that rolled out by the end of the month. And included with that, if you go down to A5, is that will be the basis of our database. So that we'll have all the members in there. Hopefully we want to have in there their training records, copies of their certs, stuff like that. We're still working on that, but at least we'll get the website out by the end of the month. We're considering developing kind of a liaison position for the individual cities and towns. So the search will kind of report through that liaison, and then up to either the command post or the EOC, whatever is appropriate for the event in there. We're moving down a little bit down to A8, developing formal job descriptions. So people are clear on kind of what their roles are in terms of some of the volunteer roles. So again, this is in line with what San Mateo Consolidated is doing, but also Berkeley, the city of Berkeley, has done this too. So we kind of know if you're going to be part of maybe the trailer team or the logistics team, you kind of know what's responsible. It's not really anything heavy, but we want to make sure that people know what they're taking on doing that, and so we can make sure things are getting done. Skipping down again to A9, we're looking at, well, here it says logistics team, and what I want to do is develop, I'm going to call them working groups. Rather than having committees that focus on, frankly, often talking a lot, I really want to get working groups, and people are relatively small groups that are really working to develop specific areas of the program. So areas that could be logistics, and that would involve the trailers. Communications, they've got a good group working on that, so that's pretty much taken care of. And then looking at education and training, moving on. And so just a few examples, was meeting with Rochelle Kinoshita. They had a work day for the comms trailer last weekend, and they needed some supplies. And traditionally, I know that's been an issue in terms of being able to get them supply for the district to purchase them supplies. Often they're taking out of their own pocket, and so Rachel and I were able to work together. I set up an online account with Home Depot, and I could purchase the supplies online, and then she could come by the store and pick them up. So we were able to get 95% of what she wanted. I've also reached out to the ham radio outlet, which is where we purchase a lot of the radio supplies, and we're working with them to develop a way to be able to, that the district can issue a standard PO. Well, they'll send us a quote. The hams will say what we need or what's in their budget. They'll spec it out. The store will issue us a quote. We'll review that quote. If we accept it, we'll then issue a PO. That'll get to the store, and then they'll deliver it, and then send us an invoice for that, and we'll pay it. So hopefully that will deal with some of the things about getting purchases done in a more timely manner. It's still, we still have to review them. Myself, Ryan will still be reviewing them. It's public money. We've got to meet the public standards, but to the extent that we can make the system smoother and more consistent, we're working on that. Also met with Kurt Armburst today. He's kind of taken on the role. He took on the role as kind of the logistics and taking care of the trailers. So we went through one of the trailers today. We're talking about how we want to develop the work group for logistics. And ideally what we want to move to an area is where in the past, or at least the recent past, kind of upkeep of the trailers literally fell on one person's shoulders. All the DRCs out there and all the caches. And so we want to try to develop a thing, at least starting with the working group, and then developing it where there's teams of people that are assigned to one or multiple trailers, and they're kind of responsible for the ongoing, inspection and making sure things are getting updated. That'll still flow through us to get the actual supplies and stuff, but we're going to share the workload and make sure people are held accountable for that. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, moving on to B1. This is about training. I know this has been probably everyone's main concern about how do we get training, how do we get new certs back into it. So we're we're really going to go through the hybrid cert training, which I will talk about a little late at the kind of end of this presentation. As I get into more of the staff report, I'll hit some of the highlights and explain what's going on with that. But we're looking to develop again, a working group to start planning that out. What do we need to do in terms of how do we need to retrain our instructors to work on the hybrid cert program? Do we have the proper supplies that we need? What are the locations that we can do trainings that provide us enough space to be able to do that, but also are ADA accessible? So Keith Fuller and I have had several conversations about that, and we're starting to think about how we pull, again, a small working group initially to start up. That's not going to be the end. That does not mean that's the only people working on it. We'll expand that, but rather than creating a large group with lots of meetings, I'd rather get a small group and really start getting some stuff moving on there. Moving down quickly to the other ones, B2, developing a 3-year cert training and exercise plan that will encompass all the jurisdictions. And this would be what's called HC compliance, the federal guidelines that do for all the emergency management, homeland security training and stuff. There's a specific program in HC, and that plan and the subsequent exercises and trainings will be what's known as HC compliant. We've already looking at adopting the Red Cross Ready program to align with the IS 909 community preparedness offer. We've completed.
Andreas, you kind of.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was just talking about we're adopting the Red Cross Ready, and I wasn't clear. Can you see us on camera or not?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
I can.
Okay, so this is a copy of actually the Red Cross, though it's kind of damaged on this one, but I'll hold this up. This is the book. We actually already have 250 of these printed up. This one, unfortunately, is a little.
Wait, I can't see Andres or Ryan.
Okay.
Ryan and Andres, your
We
video.
still see the presentation.
We just have a black screen. It's just your presentation.
Okay. Well then, we've got this is probably what a 20-page or 24-page document that Red Cross put out, the Red Cross Ready program. We've gone ahead and printed up 250 of these, and we're looking at developing a presentation to go along with that, so that we can teach that and we can work with the various city-oriented groups, city and town-oriented groups, to put that out in there. Let's see, moving on. We're also looking at bringing, stuff, we're doing CPR, and also one that we're really excited about looking is identifying instructors and figuring out how we can do stop the bleed training. And that's one of the things that we're looking for. If there's no questions on this, well, let me just, sorry, got another page, 2 pages to go through.
There we go.
Okay, all right, you can see us? Can you guys hear us?
Yeah, I can.
I can see you and hear you now.
All right, great. So that's the Red Cross Ready book, and unfortunately it's got a little damage on it. It was one of the ones we were kind of using, but we have 250 of these printed up, ready to go.
Great.
We're looking at, going through and reviewing all the inventory of emergency preparedness materials, CERT program information, seeing what they're updating that. And an example, some of the things that we're working on that we've almost got done is this, how would you describe it, Ryan?
It's pretty, we talk a lot about have a plan, have a kit, be ready. One of the things that's always bugged me about the Emergency Preparedness Get Ready program was we're always telling the members in the community to make a plan. We pretty much put an emergency preparedness checklist plan together for them, what has the ability right here where you can insert a family photo, and right next to it where it says, "Are you ready?" is a flip chart associated with evacuation checklist, emergency backpack checklist, adult child CPR, wound care management, first aid, when to call 911. So this is pretty much a plan of action. It's we'll deliver the training, we'll teach to the plan, and we'll give them a magnet flip chart that's jurisdictionally applicable.
And then you got the details. This one's like what to do in terms of a emergency kit, ideas about that. We have first aid, adult and child CPR. And this is something that we plan to work with, again, with the neighborhood-based groups in terms of allowing them to be able to pass that out, either during their meetings to their members, however we're going through. And it's pretty hefty.
That's great.
So how would you distribute these now in this environment?
Again, working with the ADAPS, Repack, MCP Ready, we could give them to them, and if they're doing, whether they're doing community, if they're dropping flyers off at people, if they're holding events, in COVID world, it's a little difficult now, but as we move out of that, I think we could do that. It could be something if we get good feedback on that, and we see it's got a good effect. As we start doing more public events, it could be something that we could do at public events. Or again, as we're doing like the American Cross Be Ready, Red Cross Ready, people would come to that event, and then we could hand that out, as kind of for coming to the training. That was that. So we're working with public education. Sorry, moving back to the 6-month plan. Working with public education on social media postings related to CERT classes and preparedness. So working with the district's public education, and then last but not least is developing a CERT recognition program. How we recognize them. We've been kicking around some ideas. A lot of it, obviously, some of it's difficult in terms of this time, and we would like to get back to doing some sort of either dinners or barbecues or something along that way, and that.
So Michelle, can you advance the slide to the next one where it talks about the recognition program? That's the one that Andreas was referring to. Obviously, we're going to be looking at a criteria established where the memberships can vote for those that have put significant contribution, whether their time or energy, into these emergency preparedness activities, and we can award them with some sort of a plaque of recognition that's a district affiliated. As far as to your question, Director Crowley, regarding the emergency preparedness flip charts, those are of quality. That's nothing that you're going to throw away. I've actually find that to be significant value. When you insert a family photo in that, it just brings that whole concept together as far as preparedness, being ready, and having that documentation in place. I look at that as not only just for an incentive for our Red Cross Ready program that we're looking forward to rolling out, to hand that out as a nice a gift for attending, but also to encourage those neighborhood community groups that are out there in ADAPT, MPC Ready, REACT, with the block coordinators that are contributing to their program as a way to say thank you, as an incentive tool to encourage their efforts to stay engaged and to be of value to their program. But our whole key is to build a compliant, standardized program that has structure, that has measurements, and that has an incentive delivery system in place, whether it's a giveaway like these magnet preparedness flip charts, whether it's a formal recognition dinner or luncheon. But we are really excited about this opportunity to integrate OEM in with the CERT volunteers, because being in this profession for over 20 years, coming from the city of Chicago and from the East Coast in consulting, I know emergency management relies on a lot of partners, public, private, and volunteers, churches, businesses. And so we're excited about putting some structure around our program, creating these job descriptions, interviewing those that want to be affiliated with the fire district in a formal capacity. What you're looking at right now from this program organizational chart, these are members to which we're looking at having them embedded within our department, to which they will be the point of contact for how we're going to go about, for example, under the community relations, the uniform apparel. I've seen a lot of cities, and one thing, maybe it's just my own personality, but I like uniform standardization associated with what are the vests, what are the helmets, what is the labeling, what are the T-shirts. So, you know, we're going to put somebody in charge of our marketing uniform apparel so we can market and brand the district CERT program and make it a really quality, standardized countywide program. Class outreach, we're looking for volunteers to be involved in our community classroom outreach, where, you know, at that presentation in Facebook, I was looking at some of the campus space there and looking at solidifying some venues to where we can have these community classrooms that are going to do Red Cross Ready programs, and what is the giveaway bags that we're going to provide for that group? What is the market target audience that we're going to market for that quarter? So we're going to track everything that we're doing, and we're going to measure everything we're doing, and we're going to survey everything we're doing to ensure that we have the most community engagement in our program and that we're improving our quality as we go along. Stop the Bleed, you know, we're working with an instructor who is already part of that program from San Francisco Medical. We're going to be reaching out to that individual to be part of our program. We're going to be putting together a really big list of talent of individuals who are going to be part of being our co-instructors with the professionals, and also bringing in some of those expertise like, you know, San Francisco medical surgeon that's going to help with Stop the Bleed and whatnot. So from this org chart, you can see that we have a lot of room of opportunity to which we're going to be integrating our CERT members into the overall program structure. But the most important thing is structure. Plans, policies, governance, and measurements and performance. I mean, there's nothing more than I think that everybody wants is a quality, effective program, and we're committed to it. We're committed to this plan. We're looking forward to the volunteers being part of this plan, and so that.
And what I would just point out, looking at this plan too, I think what it shows in the chart is how much we've integrated CERT into the department, as opposed to, you know, an org chart where you just see a little box off to the side that's kind of CERT or volunteers. It's integrated into a lot of what we're doing here as our overall goal and mission of the department.
So I have a couple of questions.
Yes,
Yep.
Virginia.
So,
can we, yeah, go ahead.
oh yeah, no, go ahead, Ryan. I thought y'all were done.
Yeah, there is one more slide. I apologize. Michelle,
No problem. I was looking at the packet, and I was probably ahead of you.
So, I mean, we shoved some things in the camera, and it's kind of hard to see, but just gives you some conceptual perspective. I know we talked about this during the study session. On the left-hand side, the 1-hour Red Cross Ready program, we're going to be developing a PowerPoint presentation to the core curriculum within that plan, to which speaks to it, to which we'll hand out the attendees, to which they've been trained in that Red Cross Ready program. The CERT website's coming online by the end of this month. This will help with the membership engagement. For some of the members that are already engaged, you see that Andreas sends out the CERT Connect newsletter, highlighting some of the things that the district is doing, as well as within the Bay Area, and actually showcasing some of the members that are involved in the program, and trying to promote that heightened level of contribution and try to engage some other members to maybe make the next newsletter. And we're appreciative of those that are involved. And then the flip chart, that's really what it looks like. It's really a good quality flip chart. You insert a family photo right at the top, and it says, "Are you ready?" and it has your plan. So really speaking to have a plan, be prepared, get ready, this really, in a nutshell, is an all-inclusive preparedness plan that you can just throw right on your fridge with a family photo, and it gives you really great guidance. And we're really proud of that, even with a lot of detailed informational numbers from the county, from disaster relief hotline numbers, even suicide prevention's on there, all the police department's numbers on there, texting a number to the American Red Cross to get more information throughout the Bay Area. There's a lot of information in those emergency contacts to which a lot of our members and our jurisdictions and our citizens won't have to surf around looking for important emergency numbers during a disaster. It's all in one place. It's on your fridge with a family photo. So we're excited. And
Thank you.
I'll take any questions. I'm sorry to cut you off, Director Crowley.
No problem. Thank you for the presentation, Robert, if I may.
Yes.
So first of all, Andres and Ryan, thank you so much for the presentation. I think it's helped me, understand what y'all are doing more, than before. I think that you tried to encompass or incorporate everything that we discussed in the study session that I called for. And I'm glad that we were able to discuss all of these issues as a board. So kudos to y'all on working, really hard on all of this. So a couple of things you mentioned, I guess, I know we have certs who are trained already and have been trained for many years and, probably need to practice more and all of that. But I think this is a good step forward. But how are you engaging the volunteers right now, like with the various groups like ADAPT, MPC Ready, Repact? I mean, I know it's probably in there, but I just, have y'all talked to them? I mean, I know that one of the things that we asked you to do as a board was to reach out and talk to the individual volunteer leaders, I guess. And how do we engage them into this? I mean, I'm trying to understand. We have CERT volunteers. Like I know that Robert and I and Chuck, I mean, we went through the CERT program, and I mean, I'm part of MPC Ready, kind of, but I'm also a CERT. So, I mean, as a CERT, I would be engaged in this, but how can non-CERT members, since we haven't had CERT trainings in the last few years, but we have MPC Ready, ADAPT, and Repact, how do those volunteers get into this CERT system, number one? And number two, it's something else I wanted to ask you about public education, because we do have a public education department under the fire marshal. So how are we incorporating public education into this? And where's John Johnston fitting into all of this?
Well, I think I can handle the first part. So I have met leadership of MPC Ready, ADAPT, and Repact. At least once, often multiple times. I think the only one that I've had several conversations with Tom Pressing, but only once as kind of the head of ADAPT. So we've had multiple. I've been on multiple monthly meetings with MPC Ready. I've been one with Repack, their latest one. I was on there, and then I'll work with Tom about getting on one of their meetings with ADAPT. We just haven't gotten around to that. I haven't gotten an invitation to one, but I can talk to that. So we're continuing that dialogue. I wanted to put together just kind of a group Zoom call of all the leadership and just kind of start talking about what are kind of the issues, help me understand what the issues are, what are we kind of looking for support. I think for that. So in terms of doing education with people who are not CERTs, one of them is the Red Cross Ready program, looking at that. One of the things that I can talk about a little more is getting the CERT basic training, starting that up again so we can get more people in there. We're working with, I was talking to the HAMs about some of the things in terms of could we sponsor ham training, and specifically looking at maybe communities that don't necessarily have that, in like East Palo Alto or Bellhaven, working with maybe one of the youth centers or recreation areas there in terms of offering that through them. that's something that we could do in terms of offering that. And we're open to other ideas as well. I mean, this is not
Offering what, like the ham cram classes or what? Offering what?
the ham cram classes. I mean, this is, we were bouncing off some ideas. We don't have any fixed ideas yet on that, but let's start a conversation about that. What makes sense in terms of, because especially like ham radio, you look at the people participating in ham radio, they're getting older and older. And so they want to try to incorporate, they're looking for opportunities to bring young people into the hobby, give them opportunities for that. So that was one area that we were looking at in there. And I'm open to other ideas of how we work. This plan is not like this is the plan and we're only going to be, doing that, especially working with, MPC Ready, ADAPT, and Repact is really looking at them, what do they need, what do their communities need, and addressing that. And we're open to trying things, experimenting with things. We'll try different things, and if it works, great. We'll continue that, we'll expand that. If it doesn't work, okay, we'll try something different.
I can answer your question, Director Crowley, regarding fire prevention and public education. Myself and Chief Johnson, we've had these conversations a couple times in regards to where OEM responsibility and then where public education responsibilities is. And really what we both came up with is we work for the fire district and for the jurisdiction. So at the end of the day, public education is going to help. They're right now monitoring our social media. So a lot of the stuff that goes out through social media and marketing, like the first day 2-hour class that we sent out for the first free registrations, that goes to our Fire Prevention Public Education Bureau. They post all that information in the strategic work plan, I think on the 3rd page when we talk about public relations, and we talked about that emergency preparedness campaign, that emergency preparedness flyer campaign. Each month we're going to be marketing a certain preparedness element and getting that out through social media and through all the different outlets, and we're working with the Public Education Bureau on that. And also, I think that's a great opportunity for all these volunteer organizations too as well, so that we can streamline our educational preparedness campaign, and we're all marketing the same hazard during the same time, and we're creating certain resources or kits or capabilities to the community in efforts to promote that message. So I think right now is aligning our efforts with what the volunteer groups are in the neighborhood level are doing and how we can support that message. Because a lot of times, whether you're a CERT or whether you're just an unaffiliated volunteer that's not gone through the CERT program, at the end of the day, we're promoting preparedness and community readiness. So coming together and streamlining our message and helping promote that marketing material is where I think we can find our value with these programs. So I'm not sure. I hope that answered your question, but right now from a social media and awareness and a community marketing perspective, that's where I think a lot of these volunteer groups can help to synergize their efforts along with the CERT program.
Robert, can I ask a question? Robert?
Oh, that's you, Rob? Yeah, Rob.
Yeah,
We have a hand up too, sorry.
I'm sorry, Virginia, have you finished your?
Yeah, no, I just
Okay.
wanted, I didn't know if you missed it. There's a hand up too, but I want to hear, I didn't mean to interrupt Rob. I didn't know if y'all saw it.
Yeah, we'll finish the board members and
Okay.
then we'll get to the hands up.
Sorry, Rob.
That's
Virginia.
Go ahead, Rob.
I ended up working off my cell phone because my computer froze up. So that's why I can't see the faces of everyone. But Ryan, Andreas, I think this is a great beginning with the conversations that I've had, with the chief. It looks like, and I just want to thank you for, taking the criticism from that special meeting, just like as Virginia said, and, putting this together. And I think it's a really great start. So thank both of you. And of course, the chief.
Any other board members? Jim?
Yeah, I have a question.
Jim, Rob, Virginia, let's get
through
the other two, then we'll come back to you. Jim and Rob, Jim and Chuck.
Chuck, please go ahead.
Oh, Jim, you first, please.
Okay, any, meeny, miny. Okay.
I have a couple questions first. I have the agreement between Menlo Park and the fire district concerning Ryan's work with them. It was executed in 2014. Is it still in effect? Has it been modified since 2014, or is this still in effect?
I'm still working with.
Are you asking Harold, Jim? Who are you asking?
Anyone that can answer the question, Ryan, Harold, Andreas?
I know that question. I know that contract was at one point a yearly contract, and then it went to a monthly contract. And based on the district responsibilities in the program, we've always continued just to support the city of Menlo Park in those efforts. So I'm not sure what the agreement is as far as whether or not there's one in place currently, but I know just like with any municipalities, we support their emergency management program. That's what the district is doing.
Okay,
like
yeah. I asked for the most current contract, so I will assume that I have it.
Yeah, you have the most current contract, and they're on a month-to-month right now is what they chose to do.
Okay, referring to the one that was executed in 2014 and the recitals, it starts, the city is responsible for its own emergency preparedness, planning, and training. The second item says the district is able to provide and assist the city, but by providing the city with enhanced emergency preparedness. So my point is this, there seems to be somebody absent in this conversation, and that would be the city of Menlo Park. If they have responsibility for the program and we've taken on responsibility for assisting them, as I hear this presentation, I hear what we're doing as a district, but I don't hear anything about what the city of Menlo Park is doing. And that concerns me. And just a couple more things. I'd like to get your comments on that. I see in this 2014 agreement, it says that quarterly reports will be produced by the district and presented to the city. And I would ask, do we prepare quarterly reports to the city of Menlo Park that describe what we're doing with regard to emergency preparedness?
Jim, to my knowledge, since they've gone to month, that is not anything that they've asked for any longer. So, and the only thing I would say, and I'm not trying to get out of this, but I got to refer to legal. This is all related to the topic, right? Because I don't want to get off the topic either.
Right. Well, I think this is central to the topic, and that being, I have real issues with the institutional issues here. What is the legal mandate that the city of Menlo Park has to provide emergency preparedness? And then once that's clear, what is our role in supporting the city? For me, that's a huge missing piece here. It came to light for me, during the virus, when the police chief of Menlo Park elected not to activate the volunteer program, and we had no authority to activate it. So again, it's these larger institutional issues that cause me a lot of concern, and for me they are not clear, and I think perhaps they are to everybody else in the room but me, but I need help with that. And something else, in listening to the presentation and looking at the presentation, I see, and this is a much lesser issue, but I see that we're branding things with OEM alongside the district logo. And I have a real problem with that. I think we already struggle with people thinking that we are a city of Menlo Park operation. And I think if we add one more element to it, OEM, I think it confuses it. And I think we should eliminate it from all of our printed and media items. So I'd love to hear your comments about the institutional issues that I raised. That'd be to Ryan or the chief or whomever.
Well, Chief, I know that the district years ago, before I was hired on, that the district is the sponsoring agency for the CERT program. We're the ones that are affiliated with FEMA for delivering this program. It's not tied to the city of Menlo Park, town of Atherton, city of East Palo, or the unincorporated. The fire districts traditionally are theoretically the ones that have managed and delivered the CERT program in itself. In regards to the emergency management services associated with EOC trainings and development of citywide response plans and all that, our district supports every jurisdiction's efforts to be aligned with the National Incident Management System compliance standards when it comes to NIMS. And so we have a partnering relationship and support mechanism to which the fire district is part of, whether it's through a contractual agreement or not. I know we're a special district. Outside from being a special district, we're part of the city, and part of the city is we do deliver emergency management services in that core. I can't speak to the contract as far as where we're at, but as far as the CERT program on this agenda and this item, the district years ago, I believe, is registered with FEMA for delivering the CERT program. I believe it can come underneath a police department if they wanted to register and manage that program. I'm not sure how that's done, but I know traditionally nationwide, CERT is managed by the fire departments, by the fire districts. It's a part of the service to which we believe in and we support, and the responsibilities are aligned.
Yeah, let me add for clarity, because I think I can understand the clarity question. I'm not sure it's going to be the answer, that everybody likes or wants. But so if you separate, Ryan's right on when it comes to the CERT program, but it was the city of Menlo Park when they lost their internal capability, meaning in the law enforcement side of the house, in terms of emergency planning and preparedness for the city. They needed help for the city. They had used some trained personnel in PD. They were leaving. They had contracted out before to private entities. They didn't like doing that because that's a one and done. So they asked that we come in and provide them some level of emergency management oversight for the city itself, meaning training, exercise, and continuity if there was a real event. So, that's the difference. It had nothing to do with CERT and everything to do with they didn't have a formalized emergency management function in the city any longer because that wasn't going to be germane to the police department. It's moved back and forth between the city manager and the police department on who people will report to. Obviously, the city manager is ultimately the lead person. And, we've asked repeatedly to renew the agreement to align the priorities, but, they haven't chosen to do that. And, so that's why it's on a month to month. So I don't disagree. I would love to update the agreement, and I've asked, but at this point, I think, they're satisfied with base core services. And, at least we provide some assistance to them. So that's it. I don't want you to confuse the CERT program within
I'm not confused.
that.
I'm not confused. You don't need to go any further.
All right. So there's two separate things, although I do understand your concern about where there could be overlap. And, we don't control how the city gets to do certain things, which would be the use of volunteers.
Rob, I think did you have a hand up, or was it Chuck?
It's no secret, I think, that I've been very impatient with what's going on. And I expressed it and maybe a little bit harshly at the last committee meeting. But the fact is that CERT has the possibility of saving lives, perhaps many lives, many more than I think the professionals could do, because there are so few of them in the event of a disaster. And I'm concerned about a number of things. First of all, I like the concept of an OEM, but I think that ought to really be focused, at least initially, on the professional level. That is, marshaling the city managers and the county manager and the police, and dealing with things of how are they going to respond? and how, what channels are they going to be on? What resources do they have? So I think the idea of coordination at the professional level is really the right way to go. And so I applaud what Ryan's trying to do with that group. But I think the volunteer group is a very different animal. It's the difference between, I've said this before, I think, fighting a conventional war with conventional structure and fighting a guerrilla war. And CERT is essentially a guerrilla organization. It's a grassroots kind of thing. And there's a point where the guerrillas can come into service for the professional army, and they can be mobilized. But initially, CERTs have a mission that's an important mission that no professional can do. And one of the comments that was just made was, well, we're working hard to involve the volunteers. And I'm thinking, of course, if we don't involve the volunteers, we got nothing, because the whole thing is the volunteers. And to me, that I think we've got a little bit the organization in reverse. I think these constituent organizations, I'm talking about MPC Ready, I'm talking about ADAPT, I'm talking about REPAC, they ought to be in charge. And it's up, and I'd like to see Ryan and Andres supporting them, but they should decide. So whether this is a good plan or not, I want to ask those organizations. If they think it's good, I'd support it. If they don't think it's the right answer, I don't want to put a dime into it. And I'll tell you, there's a little bit here that reminds me, I had a kind of a private meeting. I was called in with Jim Stevens and Michael Ralston maybe 6 years ago when they were proposing MPC Ready. And it was the whole idea, we got CERT, and then MPC Ready is going to be, CCM is going to be this bigger organization that'll involve the Red Cross and the Salvation Army and da-da-da-da-da. And we got into something that never materialized. None of them were ever involved. And I think at this point, we should be focusing on CERT and only CERT. Forget Stop the Bleed. I think it's a great program. I've taken the training. It's wonderful. But they do their own trainings. We don't need to do that. Same thing with the Red Cross. They do their own trainings. We don't need to do that. We need to do CERT. And that's all we should be dealing with. And I think we should only be dealing with the organizations that have organically formed from the grassroots and not these so-called working groups. The reason I'm saying that is, in some cases, some people just won't follow certain leaders, volunteer leaders. They won't follow them because for a variety of reasons. And they're the first ones to get in line and to get the ear of the king and all this kind of stuff. But we can work real hard and have a working group where if we've got the wrong person there who's the coordinator, nobody else is going to join in. And the only people that know that are the people that have been working in the groups, have been successfully functioning as a group. And that's the essence of volunteer management. And I'm sorry, Ryan, here's where I don't agree with you. Having standard operating procedures and formal structure and all of that, and branded things and the right uniforms, that's not what guerrilla armies have. They have a cohesion and a esprit de corps. And that's what we need to tap into. We need to serve them, and they should be in charge. So I'm saying the first task here is take your plan to them. And as far as I'm concerned, if they love it and they want to embrace it, I would support it. But if they don't like it, then I think you got to start over. So I'm sorry to go on like this, but I'm frustrated that what we can do, we're not doing. That is, we're not offering any training. And I'm tired of the COVID-19 excuse and all that stuff. We can do that if we want to. And I think the hybrid training is the right way to go. Absolutely. It's more efficient. There's just no reason for us to listen to someone lecture something. You can just read the materials yourself. You're absolutely right. But you shouldn't be offering it. The volunteers have the structure to do it. Let them do it. And anyway, that's my say on this. Thank you for the information. I think it's nice to get something out there because we got something to react to. But at this point, I'd like to hear what those leaders have to say about what you're doing. And I'm not going to support it if they're against it.
Ryan, I think you and Andreas have done a marvelous job in terms of putting together that structure that you have. As I look back, one of the first person that sat on this advisory board and worked on the bylaws and articles of incorporation of the CCM when it CERT advisory board. The basic information, the basic objectives was in that particular agreement. But over the course of the years that it exists, those objectives, those goals and objectives were not acted upon in a way that can point to and be measurable enough to see that it was done. And what you guys have done, I applaud the fact that you have worked out, understood the goal that you want to reach, and you put the objectives and a time frame for making that happen. Because for the most part, if people were to go back and look at those original bylaws and articles of incorporation, you would see almost similar kind of objectives that was written. The difference and what I like about what you have done now is that you have looked at the steps it's going to take in order to make that happen. Because, separating CERT from CCM, the underlining for CCM is a CERT, basically the FEMA product. But it certainly got overshadowed down the road. I think it's important for, the board to kind of understand what its policy is going to be around this whole effort in terms of working with the community, because we can't force the cities to take on that responsibility. We can try, but the city is going to have to be willing to take that on. They're going to have to find it, whether the police department or some special operation within the city, to take on CERT themselves. And I'm coming to believe that I think there is a fear factor on the city's part because they don't know what to do with it. And there needs to be some guidance, someone to take the bull by the horn at the city level. I'm only speaking for my city, the city I live in. I think you can speak for the city that you live in as well, that no one has taken the bull by the horn at the city to make any sort of program work. That's why they all, I know in my city, they kind of shy away from it. It doesn't necessarily mean that we can't get them to that point, but they're gonna have to see the real value of taking on an operation like that for themselves. So I'm hopeful that we can get there through what you have put together and start working with not only the city, but the community groups as well, because they're fired up and ready to go to do something. And I'm quite sure what that something is, but they're fired up to do something to make a difference. So I thank you for putting this together. Michelle, I don't know if any other board members, Virginia, I know I cut you off earlier. Did you have another comment or question that you had for Ryan and Andreas?
Yeah, I just want to confirm. I mean, first of all, I want to hear what Lynn Bramlett has to say. She has her hand raised, but Ryan, just really quickly. So I'm just confirming that CCM is no longer part of this structure. Is that correct? I mean, it looks like based on your presentation, it's certain OEM, and I agree with Chuck that maybe OEM needs to be like at a higher level, but Robert just brought up CCM. So how does that fit in, if at all, into your structure?
Well, I mean, CCM, whether they're an independent volunteer organization that's part of the fire district and supporting our efforts, or whether or not they want to just come into the fold as just a traditional CERT program. It's not my position to tell any volunteer organization you're going to be CERT and adhere to the program standards to which the federal guidelines have put in place at the state level and the local level. So, you know, that's a discussion we'll have to have for CCM, but I know that there was discussion at the last meeting that, you know, we're traditionally going to come into the fold of a traditional CERT, you know, fundamental basic program based on the guidelines that were put forth, and those will be the measurements and the standards. I was under the impression at one point through the bylaws that CCM was CERT, and that they were just taking on a more of elaborate extension of services beyond CERT to be this whole encompassing community preparedness group. So in itself,
well, I mean, that's partially true, Ryan. I mean,
so I don't want to.
no, yeah, you weren't.
Virginia, let him finish, and maybe you might get that answer.
So I mean, I think that was in collaboration between all the stakeholders, the volunteers, the fire district, and some of the other members of the advisory group to come into this whole preparedness group and form this CERT, more of extension of this whole community preparedness program. And what we're just doing is we're I wouldn't say downsizing, but we're right sizing. We're right sizing to the structure to which the program was traditionally based upon, with core objectives and core missions and core structure to which we can deliver that program back to the community in the way that it was intended to be. As far as this whole preparedness collaboration, that's where I think these grassroots neighborhood community organizations like ADEP, MPC Ready, REACT, and COED in East Palo Alto, that's doing a great job with bringing all these stakeholders together, are doing that whole community preparedness effort. For the CERT program, we're going to traditionally go back to adhering to the program guidelines, developing a robust CERT program to which we can deliver to the community. So to answer your question, it's long-winded, but to answer your question, we'll have the discussion of whether CCM wants to come into the fold and just be the traditional CERT program, or if they want to spin off and do an independent whole community program. That's up to them. But what I'm under the impression is that they're going to become partnering or coming into the fold of being supporting the CERT program. There's more.
Let me just give you a little historic context, Ryan. So the whole CERT advisory group was formed back in like 2012, 2013-ish, in that time frame. And CCM came in when Michael Ralston came in, and I think he was experimenting, which was fine. But I think it was pretty frustrating, at least from what I've heard with the volunteers. So I just don't want it to CCM and CERT to be kind of commingled to the point where they're both getting mixed up. If we're changing the program, I think we need to have our volunteers to be bought back in. I think that volunteers, at least from what I'm hearing and even how I'm feeling as a volunteer, that CCM was kind of rammed down everyone's throat. That was, I don't believe, the intent and the spirit of the original CERT advisory group, which actually was formed because I was one of the proponents of having this CERT advisory group formed. And I know that Chuck and Robert were both on it before they got onto the board. And it was really to allow the volunteers, the intent, at least if I remember correctly, was for the volunteers to kind of organize themselves in that way. And, then we were trying to put some structure around that with Michael Ralston kind of, taking charge of that. And I'm not sure that it worked out in the way that the volunteers wanted. And so here we are today. So I don't want, if we're going to have a break from CCM, I think it needs to be, delineated from CERT. And or maybe what you're telling me, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, is that CCM is yet another volunteer group like REPACT, MPC Ready, ADAPT. I mean, I don't know. I mean, is that how y'all are envisioning this? Because what I'm hearing is that the volunteers do not want CCM. And I think, if they had to take a vote again, they would probably do it. It would get rid of CCM as a, I mean, people can call it a label, but it's not viewed as a label. It's viewed as a structure.
So can I answer those points?
Sure, Chief, yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of emotion and strong feelings, I think, across the board. And there's, trust, distrust. There's a lot of history. There's what it was, what it is, where it's going. And just know, as we said in that special meeting, this was the opportunity for Ryan and Andreas to put together their proposal, to present it, which is what they've done, what they're doing, how they see the path forward. But equally, as I said in that meeting, which will happen in November, we need to take the ambiguity out of all of this, because a lot of this, this discussion, it's all good, but we're going to put policy decisions in front of you as the board members, because what people think or what people want, and they're, from an individual perspective or however you want to approach this, you're a body. We need that direction. I'm confused at times. I have to tell you, I've heard a lot of different things. There's a lot of things that get spun around. We need clear direction.
Yes.
Everybody wants this to work. I don't know anybody that's saying we don't want it to work. Everybody says they want it to work. We want it to work. So what's the best path forward? The best path forward, as far as I can see, is let's take all the ambiguity out of it. Let's get the policy decision levels. Whether we got a CCM or don't have a CCM, it's irrelevant until you make a decision based upon a path forward. That's what we're looking for.
Well, I mean, can we decide tonight whether or not we get rid of CCM as a label?
No, I don't think that's fair, because there is nothing currently that replaces it. And these are larger issues that have tentacles back to different things. So at this point, I would say, why can't we wait to November, bring all of these decisions before the board, and allow you as a body to review them ahead of time and then give us clear direction?
Jim, is that your hand up?
No.
Oh, okay. You was up there waving. I'm trying to figure this out. So who's that?
Rob.
Okay, Rob, you got something to say? And then I want to move into, I know there's people out there that may have their hands up and get to them. So Rob, can you get it in 5 minutes? And
I can get it in less than a minute. How's that?
Okay. Sounds good to me.
There you go. Well, it was, and I have to echo what Virginia's saying. I mean, it was pretty evident at our last special study session that the three other groups kind of had CCM forced down their throat. And I think what's happened here at this meeting, and listening to Andreas and Ryan, I think it's a great beginning. And I don't, you had sent me that agreement, Chief, and the only thing that was in that agreement that had anything to do with CCM was the logo. I mean, everything else talked about CERT. And I think, we need to get back to baseline. And I'm, echoing what Virginia's saying, is that this is something that is evident. The other three groups don't want that. And I think they should be heard and they should be respected for what they thought. I mean, comments, we're all there. Paper organization shoved down our throats. We didn't want it. I mean, I can go on and on. And I think we need to go forward. And Brian Andreas has an excellent foundation for us to go forward. And Chief, I appreciate guidance on it too. But it just looks like, CCM, I don't know where to put it, but I don't think it needs to be addressed at this point. Maybe set aside a little bit until we get back to basics. So, thank you, Chief. And
I appreciate that, Rob, because we have been communicating about it. And I think, when you asked me about whether it had dissolved, and I looked into that, there was a mixed bag of feedback, but I was assured by Sean
Well,
Ballard.
there's not a mixed bag. There was not a mixed bag.
Let me finish. So that's not, you have two people who are in that group. You have Sean Ballard and you have Tom Owen, and that is not what they felt. So I understand, and I did not attend that meeting. There's no recording of the meeting. I know that's, it depends on who you speak to, but I think out of just respect to process and moving forward in a methodical way, the next board meeting, these issues will be resolved because there has to be a path forward selected. And so again, not just on this, but as we heard tonight from various directors regarding things that this board needs to give us some direction on. So we know what it is you intend or want us to do, because it's not always clear. And sometimes, there's a lot of passion around certain issues, and maybe a singular director or two directors have an opinion on that, but there's no action taken. So we will have all those policy decisions, hopefully as many as we can, in that meeting so that we can move forward and we take all the ambiguity out of this process, and including, we know whether or not you want us to do certain things or not do certain things, because right now, sometimes that's not very clear to us.
Well, Harold, I agree with you to a certain extent, but let me just say, if I agree with Rob that there were a lot of people who do not or did not want CCM, and to have two people hold up everything is not fair to the rest of the volunteers. And to me, that doesn't really subscribe to what they want. And I don't think it's fair to the whole volunteer group when it was pretty loud and clear in my mind, and not just in the study session, but at some of the MPC ready meetings that I have attended, where they were very loud and clearly saying, we are not CCM, we want to be closer to the fire district. I was assert, do not use the word CCM. So to have two people override everyone else is not fair. And that's the problem I'm having. Why are we waiting on this? See, if CCM is a label, we can get rid of the label and let's just get right to the point of cert.
Well, see,
Process.
it's a
what process? There wasn't even really I'm not done, Robert. Can I finish, please? Because everyone else has had a chance to talk.
I think you've been dominating the whole meeting.
CCM was shoved when the volunteers believed that CCM was shoved down their throat. There was not a process there. By their feeling like that, what kind of process was there for them?
Well, let me just say,
I don't want to even talk about process, because I don't think there was a process. We have
to talk about process, Virginia. We can't just at your
you know what, Robert, there wasn't a process. What I'm saying is that there wasn't a process.
You voted for it back when it started. You and Rob was around when you and Chuck was around when you voted for it. So there must have been a process then to get it in place. Now there should be a process to get it out of place so that everyone is a clear-cut policy.
Well, I've heard that it was a label. So if it's a label, why can't we get rid of the label? What are they doing right now?
Yeah, excuse me, Robert.
Yes, Rob.
Excuse me, Virginia. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
no. I'm done. It seems like my views don't even matter.
That's not true. Because
that's not true, Virginia. You just label yourself on that one.
Virginia, okay, that agreement that was signed in 2016 by the chief that had set up the CERT Advisory Council, that was signed by the chief. I was board president at that time, and I didn't even know anything about that until it was sent to me when we were doing the emergency prep meeting. So Robert, myself as the board president didn't know that those 4 documents that the chief sent to me, okay, were executed. All right. So the CERT Advisory Council and the chief creating an agreement with them, I have no problem with. Okay. But I have a problem with when they take what was actually agreed upon by us and to baseline the CERT program and put a CCM logo on it and say it's an agreement with CCM. That I have a problem with. Thank you.
So I think
Robert, can I offer one more item?
Sure, so, then I want to get to the other folks.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. So part of what we will present next time too is we've been doing our homework because memories fade, things happen. There's been a lot of different things said about what happened or didn't happen and so forth. So staff has done a deep dive on board meetings, staff reports, the videos that we have from the meetings and so forth, so that we equally try and get a better understanding of what happened. Because, it's hard to remember what happened, at least for me, 2 months ago, let alone 3-4 years ago. So we've been looking at all that. We found a lot of different things that I think will bring some clarity to what occurred. And then again, that should hopefully help us on the go forward, because the go forward is obviously what everybody wants. But to put things in perspective, we've gathered a lot of information about what actually did occur, how it occurred, and then from there you have your baseline and we can move forward.
Thank you, Chief.
Robert, can I make a
Michelle?
quick...
Yes, Chuck, go ahead.
Yeah, really quick comment. And I agree that this should be reserved for November and we can take care of things there. So I'm supporting that direction. But I do want to just address this issue about a process in place. And I'll give a recent example. I never even heard of OEM before I read some minutes or some report or something like that. And I saw it there. And one of my questions on the agenda was to the chief. I said, what is OEM? And the chief said, oh, well, that's this new group. We put Ryan there and it's called OEM. And I'm just saying that because these groups appear sometimes. The board never voted on having an OEM or not an OEM. And I'm not complaining about it. I'm just saying these things appear and there's no process on the part of the staff in terms of just creating names for it. And OEM is one of those things that within the last year suddenly came up. It's never been on one of our agendas. And I think it has an important mission. So I'm not trying to in any way undermine it. I'm just saying the board was not involved in it at all. And the board was not involved in CCM at all.
Michelle, is there any, we still got Lynn out there?
Yeah, we have 2 public comments and
Okay.
I'll
Can you,
allow, so the first one will be Lynn Bramlett. Lynn, if
Okay.
you want to make your public comment.
Lynn?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm Lynn Bramlett, the co-chair of MPC Ready, and I have many concerns about what I heard tonight. Many of my concerns were brought up by directors McLaughlin and Bernstein. I completely agree that City of Menlo Park should be part of this conversation, especially because the report conveys a major expanded role for the OEM. It states that the OEM serves as a coordinating mechanism by tying together intergovernmental agencies and community organizations under one umbrella in efforts of eliminating fragmentation and isolation between agencies, thus eliminating unnecessary silos during an event. And then it describes various meetings. So I will get back to this point later, but what I heard tonight was a very top-down approach. So my opinion was not asked as to the ideas in the report in terms of how is this going to work with the volunteers. I also don't know what is being discussed at the various meetings that Andreas attends, such as the Bay Area CERT Coalition. So information has not been shared. And yet I heard tonight that our volunteers could pass out the fire district decided items. So that's not collaboration. And going to our monthly meetings is not collaboration either, because that they're mostly they foster a little communication, but that's not collaboration. So I see this plan and this approach as not really going to be very helpful. And I think what's needed is a broader conversation regarding what's needed to truly get our residents disaster prepared and who should be involved. CERT is not the only disaster preparedness model. There's Map Your Neighborhood and others. And if the OEM office wants to be a coordinating mechanism, it needs to increase communication, collaboration, and cooperation by having all parties meet and have authentic dialogue. It's not enough for Ryan and Andreas to have the conversations in more of a serial meeting way. I'm also very concerned about no built-in measure for transparency, accountability, and oversight. The report lays out a model, and ask the board and the public to trust that everything will go well. So in short, I see a major gap between what I heard tonight and the report and what's needed to help our community be prepared. And I do want to point out, major response and recovery organizations take the position that disaster preparedness needs a whole community approach. And FEMA defines that as a means by which residents, emergency management practitioners, organizational and community leaders, and government officials can collectively understand and assess the needs of their respective communities and determine the best ways to organize and strengthen their assets, capacities, and interests. So in a sense, it's a philosophical approach in how to think about conducting emergency management. And there are examples that are working. There's a South Bay Preparedness Hub that I think we can learn from. And anyway, I asked the FAR board to have a broader conversation regarding what's needed to truly get our residents prepared and who should be involved and what kind of an approach to take. And I also ask that you consider making the whole community approach your policy for disaster preparedness and response.
Thank you, Lynn. Michelle, you said there was someone else?
You know, there was another hand up, but it's, oh, now it's up. Okay.
Okay. Who's that?
That is Dennis Parker.
Dennis?
Dennis, if you want to speak.
Yes, I know it's been a long evening. I have not seen any articles of incorporation or MOUs or any other documentation that establish CCM. But what I do know is that CCM has been marketed as bringing together CERT and other emergency response entities into one cohesive group, with CCM being the umbrella of that group. So in essence, it puts COAD and CERT side by side under CCM, and should also include some community activities, just volunteers within the different cities. But CCM never did engage with COAD. You have to, if there's anything significant about CCM, it's the addition of COAD. But I cannot believe that the fire district had any authority to integrate COAD into the fire district, because COAD and VOAD, which is kind of like the big brother, have their own reporting chain that goes all the way up to.
Hello, Dennis? We can't hear you. Are you still on the line? I see his name still there, but I don't know what done happened. Dennis, you got your mute on. I don't know if you hear, you got your mute on. Dennis, you need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, so you didn't hear anything that I said?
No, we heard most of what you said. It's just 30 seconds there was kind of lost.
So to summarize it, CCM and CERT are redundant, because CCM has not added anything to the program, because CCM is composed of CERT, COAD, and the community, but you have not seen any activity involving COAD or the community. So the two are the same. And so you could eliminate CCM and then it would revert back to CERT, and you would not have lost anything, because there was nothing there to begin with other than just CERT.
Is that it?
So that's my comment.
All right. Thank you very much.
Director Jones, we have one more public comment from Keith Fuller, if you'll allow me to.
Okay, Keith, you there?
Give me 1 second here. And
good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to share a couple fast comments. I have been on the Chiefs Advisory Board since its inception, and I've been a member of CCM. I don't think it's productive to talk about the history of CCM. I think that the plan that Ryan and Andres laid out, although it's not exactly what I would do, I would support it. It's important to understand when you put a bunch of alphas in the room, they're all going to have their own way. And at some point, you have to let one person take the lead so that you can move forward efficiently. I think that Ryan has done a good job with that, setting some benchmarks, setting some goals, getting a timeline in place. What we all, and I think I can speak for Sean and Tom as well, and most of the CCM advisory board, or whatever our latest name was, it changed so many times in the past year or two. What we want to get back to doing is teaching classes, doing drills, and training our community, participating in group events, and getting ready for emergencies. And I think the fastest way to do that is to yield leadership to one person or one team. That seems to be Ryan, Andreas, and let's get the ball rolling. Let's get back to work and let's start being productive. And that's kind of where I think Sean, Tom, myself, Rachel, we're all feeling the same way. And I'm eager and I'm pleased to see a plan in place. We've not had a CERT class since December of 2019, which I taught. And at that point, I was so frustrated with the CCM aspect of it, I resigned and we haven't had a class since. I'm eager to get the ball going and get some more classes going and get community involvement going. I'd love to be able to answer Lynn's call to say, when she says to the fire department, please train us. I want to be able to do that. If Repact wants training, I'm happy to get in there and try to help with that. I just want to get us back into the ball game because hasn't moved for over a year. And that's all I have to say. And for all of you guys, thanks for your patience. I know that there's a lot of passion involved in this. And I know that it takes a lot of time and a lot of patience to get it going. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith, for your comments. Thank you, Lynn, as well as Dennis. So I think at this point,
I have a question.
Can I finish my statement first, and then
Sure.
you can get your question? I think we can spend the rest of the night going back and forth on different comments, and I think we just need to move forward. I think the chief had offered one area of moving the ball forward. Let them staff finish putting together their I think the plan is there, but I think the policy statements, as Chief mentioned, that staff is working on based on the work they have already done. Let them bring that back to the board, so that we can settle once and for all whether there is a this new plan and what to do with the old plan. And I think the chief, if I heard you correctly, that's what you wanted to try to bring back next month so that we can move forward. It's not going to hurt the board at all to wait to finish hearing this information to make a decision. If there's some anxiety about doing something next week, I would suggest that the community groups get with Ryan and Andreas and figure out what that is, so that can come back to the board in November, so that we can act on that if need be. So I'm going to take this one last comment, and so that's pretty much my motion. If I can make a motion that the board, that the chief bring back the policy statements. And that plan for elimination and to move it forward. So Virginia, you had something to say?
Yeah, I just had a quick question as a follow-up to Keith's comment. So Keith, thanks for your comment. And this is actually to Ryan and to Andres. So we do have certs right now. How do you see the current cert community members fitting into your 2021 plan? How would you incorporate them into your plan?
I mean, I'll let Andrea speak to it, but I mean, the last page of the organizational chart, you'll see that we have key day-to-day operational positions that need to be filled, and we're looking for volunteers to help to get in a position to be the point of contact in those key program aspects. You know, I appreciate the comments, all the comments from the community. But you know, co-instructors, we're looking for CERT co-instructors that have a passion for teaching the program and helping to do the hands-on assessment portion of the hybrid training, to which is, I believe, was rolled out, but there's a proficiency exam that needs to be conducted. So we'll be looking for code instructors that have a level of knowledge of being able to assess and evaluate those core skills. From the marketing and material management aspect, I talked about that national preparedness campaign, aligning that with FEMA and working with public education department and any other community organizations in regards to their efforts. So we're going to be looking for somebody who's going to be helping with our material management and marketing of emergency preparedness. So to answer your question, really, if you look at that last page where it talks about the org chart and the search structures, you'll see all the volunteer opportunities there. And our goal is to create those job descriptions, farm those out, and to have the one-on-one conversations with the members that are interested in being part of this district-affiliated program and helping take on some of the day-to-day responsibility of what it really takes to manage a CERT program, beyond just the training and the drills, the actual program elements as far as the measurements, the outreach, the community relations. Is there anything else that you
Yeah,
want?
I mean, the vision that I have is we kind of go back to I'm calling Menlo Fire CERT. We have kind of a traditional CERT program within the fire department, focused mostly on, focus on training, and the first focus will be getting training back up and going, doing drills, looking at also providing continuing ed for not only our members, but others that want to do, other CERT members in there if they're not actively involved with Menlo Fire CERT. But I also want to say, with regards to the city-based or community-based organizations such as MPC Ready, REPACT, and ADAPT, as far as I understand, they're separate independent organizations. We don't oversee them. We partner with them. We can support them when we can. We can, work to them in partnership. Happy to do that. But in terms of governing them, running them, they're independent. Now, that doesn't mean that someone can't be in Menlo Fire CERT and in ADAPT. That's fine. The more, that's fine, however they want to be involved in that. But, I don't see our role as dictating to them how they run their organizations. Again, it's focused on partnership and supporting in their efforts. But for me, the main goal and the main focus right now is let's work to get the hybrid CERT program started and get training in there and be able to get that communication out to those CERT, get them involved, get them working in preparedness. And then, like I said, partner with these other community-based groups.
Right, I agree. And I'm not trying to stall anything. And I'm sorry I'm asking all these questions, but I know that this is important to the community. But I also agree with Chuck, where I think that their plan is important. So have we reached out to them as to to get the input as to what their plans might be, or what they would desire their plans to be vis-a-vis the plans that you have laid out in the org chart?
We've made some, I've talked to people in, groups individually. I have initially tried to do a call with the leaderships of the various groups. There was some concern expressed about that and how that call would be structured. And then I've been working on, most recently, getting the staff report together and some other things on there. So I'm committed to doing that. We just got to find a way to do that in there. Happy to work with them and find ways of supporting them.
Okay, so how quickly, you're going to just keep trying then to reach out to these groups?
Well, I can, yeah, we'll try to schedule a call,
Okay.
this week. I'll try to get something out. There were some concerns expressed in terms of how they want to structure that call. But I want to think that through and put together something that hopefully that they will accept.
I just think that the call has to be very inclusive because this is a community organization that we're trying to, as Chuck said, guerrilla warfare. You know, I mean, I get where he's coming from, and I think it's very important that it's organic. So it's got to be, your meetings should be, in my opinion, as inclusive as possible.
Yeah, I mean, the goal is, and I hope that that's being conveyed, and I don't want to take too much time. I know you guys have a busy agenda, but I mean, you know, we're committed to running the CERT program and getting up and running, getting the training, and I think everybody has the same goal, which is that we want to build a prepared, resilient community. So there's alignment right there. Now it's just looking at organizational structure as far as what the district core capabilities are, as far as what initially we're responsible for, which is running that CERT program, and then how do we interact with those other volunteer NGO groups out there within the community. And that goes beyond just the volunteer groups. I mean, that goes to the schools, to the businesses, to the churches, to any non-for-profit organizations that have a committed role during a disaster. You know, so we are looking to partner and work with all those different organizations in a whole community emergency preparedness effort, but staying aligned with the fire district's core mission, which is what we're providing, which is fire EMS services, emergency management support to the jurisdiction, and also running a robust, effective CERT program, and staying within our lane of expertise and structure associated with the policies that have been put forth in regards to this FEMA program, but also engaging and supporting all those different community groups and bringing them into the fold organizationally, and how we can leverage their resources and their structure during a disaster.
Robert, I have one.
Okay. Is it Chuck, and then is there anybody else after Chuck that want to say something? Okay, Chuck.
Thanks, Robert.
I suddenly became very concerned when I heard this. It sounds to me like Menlo Fire CERT is somehow going to be competitive with these other organizations. And I'm very concerned about that. Let me be clear. The fire district has no expertise whatsoever in running a CERT program. It hasn't been able to do it. It has failed to do it. And we have some groups there that at least have the ear of, I would say, several hundred volunteers, maybe as many as 1,000. I don't know the exact number, but you have to look at yourself, in my opinion, as a support organization. You cannot be the main one. And if you can't even agree with these organizations on how to have a telephone call, I don't see how you're going to partner with anybody. Somehow that facade of we're in charge, we're going to run this, we're going to do it from the top down, and a General Patton kind of approach is not going to work with volunteers. You got to get it in your head. It will not work. And I'm not going to wait more than about a month more. And then I think it's time to take it out of your hands permanently. So as I'm saying to you, you got maybe a month, in my opinion.
Chuck, I think you're going, I think you're crossing the line at this point.
1 month, in my opinion, to be able to meet with people, to hear what they have to say, to listen, and to truly embody the idea of a partnership, which is where people work collaboratively, not from the top down. I'm done, Robert.
Okay. I think we're done with this. And just the last note that these are professional. I think Andreas and Ryan are professional. And I did not hear this guerrilla type of mentality coming from them. I think they're very, it sounded like they are very supportive of trying to make something work. The goal for the board is figuring out what that something is. And at this point, everybody got an opinion. We need to find, it sounds like we need to get more information and ideally, hopefully, based upon what I proposed earlier, is that we allow the chief to come back in November. There shouldn't be no threats involved, and whatever that's going to take, we should act professionally as board members as well as staff to get this thing done. It's been long overdue. I think it's on everybody's radar screen. We just got to get it done. That's all. And I think staff is working hard from what I see to get it done. And our patience is we're just going to have to be a little bit more patient. I know it's frustrating from all perspectives. I'm a community member. I'm a board member. I'm a CERT member. I'm all those things. But what I do know is that we have to work together, or else we're going to tear everything up apart. So that's my motion to the board. I hope to get somebody else to agree with that.
What's your motion, Robert? Can you
Director Jones, that could just be direction to staff to return to the board in November with policies regarding this item.
Chief,
you mean based on a consensus, Michelle?
Based upon consensus, yeah, it doesn't need to be a motion.
Well, I wanted to make sure clear, we just came out of closed session and that was an issue being not clear. And I want to make sure that it's on record exactly what we're talking about that we want to see to come
I'm going to put it on record as upon consensus, the board directed staff to return in November with this item. So it'll be in the minutes. And it'll be clear direction.
Yes, sir.
Could you specify exactly what you're going to bring in back so that we know for sure?
Absolutely. And if you recall at the joint where we did the special board meeting, we talked about tonight, Andreas and Ryan will provide a presentation. That was done. And at the very next meeting in November, we will come back with policy level decisions and statements that the board can act on, not act on, modify, so that we have clear direction, get rid of ambiguity, and hopefully gain some level of consensus moving forward.
You got that, Michelle?
I got it.
Is that seem practical to the rest of the board members?
I agree.
Robert?
Is that Rob?
Yes. I'm sorry. I can't get on my computer. I have to use my cell. But Chief, I just want to thank you for putting this whole thing together. I know that the three major groups are pretty much all unique in itself. And it was very hard for your staff to kind of come up with some type of a meaningful solution. So I just want to thank Andreas and Ryan, and of course yourself for bearing with everyone here and trying to make this thing workable. And, unfortunately, the CCM concept is dead. And at least we can go forward with a CERT foundation again. So thank you, Chief.
I'd like to echo that too. And Robert, thanks for your patience. I think that, the good thing is that, the bad thing is that it's taking so long, but the good thing is that it's taking so long because people care about it so much. So, I do appreciate what Harold's doing and what Ryan and Andreas are doing, but also what the volunteers are doing. And I think that they're really the backbone behind our efforts to get a community safety mechanism or organization in place. So, thank you so much for doing this. And it's hard when people care so much, but I think that we're going to come together and get it all done. We just need to be patient. But again, I agree with Chuck. I mean, it's been going on long enough, and we just need to move forward with it. I don't want to uninspire our volunteers.
So I think I heard Chuck, you agree with that?
Yeah, yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Okay. Virginia?
Yes.
Okay, so it is unanimous that we will have this on our agenda, Chief, next month with your recommendations.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Thank you for those that chimed in from the community, and we'll move on to item, we'll move to the consent item. can I get a motion to approve the consent items or
So move.
Second.
been motion second discussion? No discussion. All in favor? Roll call, Michelle?
Yeah, can I just ask a quick question? I couldn't see the video. Who seconded it? Rob?
Rob, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Director Bernstein?
Aye.
Director Crawley?
Aye.
Director Solano?
Aye.
Director McLaughlin?
Aye.
Director Jones?
Aye. Okay, moving on to item number 10, which is the regular agenda. To discuss and accept the Fire Station 4 project status update, Chief, or did you have somebody else?
Yeah, no, I have, John Hitchcock did a lot of work on this. I can't remember if it was the Finance Committee or Strategic Planning Committee that we looked at this and went over it, but the bottom line, there was some concern about where we were in terms of the progression of this project. The board did approve an incremental step last time that we had this discussion, and there was some concern at that time that not everyone was aware of where we were. If you go by Station 4, the project that you did approve was to work on the home behind the fire station so that could be modified for the firefighters to occupy. I don't know if anybody but Director Crawley who lives up there sees it, but we're making some good progress. I know the neighbors, from what I've heard, and I've driven up there a number of times, seem to be happy with the work that's getting done. If you haven't seen the tent that's gone up, there's a tent for the fire apparatus now that's been installed. And there's fencing around the building so that we can prepare it to not only onboard the fire crew and be ready to move them once everything gets done, but also have communications and other things that we need inside that building to make it an operational location. So that's what we're doing. To move through the report relatively quickly, that's where we are on that crucial step. But the other part of this too is the next phase, once the county finishes, and I got some word from John today that we have one last thing left that the county needs to approve. So we're hopeful, as it says in here, that by the end of October, we can come back to you in November, but no later than December, to make a decision on actually going out for bid on the fire station. The budget's included in here, a time schedule's included in here, other critical aspects of where we are included in here. So at this point, we wanted again to take out any type of concern regarding what has been done, where we plan to go, what the timing of that will be, and what the necessary steps would be. So we're not asking really tonight for a vote because there's nothing really to vote on. It's really an incremental step so that you understand where we are. Now, there was one thing at the committee, it was strategic planning that we brought, which was on contracting. And I'll let Stephen address that if there's concerns. It was on protest. But in looking at it and then trying to come to some solution, we decided at this point not to touch it. And if Stephen wants to comment to that, it is covered in the report, but that was reviewed with the Strategic Planning Committee. So Stephen, do you want to talk about that real quick?
No, thanks. What you're saying is that there is not an issue to discuss, so I don't really need to get into what's not an issue, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, there you go. So we hope it's not an issue, but we made sure that we wanted to come back and cover that. So that's my report. Again, everything is in here from the schedule to the critical decision points and then the budget. And in terms of funding, the money is there. So again, we're not looking for any type of a vote from the board tonight, just to answer any questions, but to let you know that hopefully it's right around the corner for you to make that decision regarding, going out to bid for this project.
I think it's open now for the board to ask questions. Virginia?
Well, I don't have a question so much as just feedback from a few friends who live out here, Harold. They're very excited about, what's going on. They're kind of seeing, and the traffic there's been a lot of construction. I think the house across the street was just built and is for sale now. across Valparaiso. And so, neighbors and friends are seeing what's happening, and they're just like, what's going on? What's going on? And so I think there's a little buzz here. So I'm glad that we're moving forward. So I just wanted the board to get that feedback from some of my neighbors.
Yeah, we're here. I'm hearing that from the fire station too, because people are asking, or, when John's up there, I drive by, I don't necessarily talk to people, but I see people walking by, and, we have a,
They're looking, they're looking, right?
Well,
They're stopping.
we have a plan for the sign, which would explain, the typical, what we did at station 2 and 6, this station coming soon. But, I don't want to put the cart before the horse. I mean, at the end of the day, the board has to approve the project first before we do that. But we have the conceptual for that as well. So, that would explain it to everybody that would drive by the corner, what we're going to be completely up to.
Well, one feedback point that I got from somebody was they were very impressed with how good a shape the current station is in, considering how old it is. And when I tell them, wow, it's like over 70 years old, they're just like, wow. I'm glad that y'all are doing something new, and they're very confident that it's going to be taken care of. So that's good too. So you just need to know that the care that has been put into that facility, the residents here feel confident that it's going to be the same kind of tender loving care that for the new facility as well.
Yeah, we've spent a lot of time, as with the architect, and every painstaking detail is, this is the third firehouse that I've worked on in this phase. I did work on 3, 5, and 77 years ago, but not to the extent, because Chief Ty was the chief at the time, but not the extent that we've worked on these 3. And I think in every one of them, working with the architect, the firefighters that are on the station design team, John, we learn every single time, little things that we would do differently. And so, it's good to have 2 stations that we've learned from and incorporate, improvements every single time. I know that 2 is a great facility, but I know 6 is probably one of the preferred firehouses from the crews. I just want to give them some credit too, along with John. But specifically, the firefighters, we rely on them to help us design the interior of the station. A lot of that's based upon classes they go to, efficiencies, functionality. And, for the board members that I've known have gone into the stations, they're not Taj Mahals. I think they're a business building, and we make them look really nice from the outside, but they're very functional, obviously, inside. So, and Station 4 is one of those buildings that does not have an emergency generator. So rolling one in and all the issues. I know it looks good, but having the roof almost get pulled off by the cell site that now we finally got out of the lease agreement with, the leakage that created, and just in-floor radiant heating, which is a disaster and not a way to go. That station is well maintained from the exterior, but let me tell you, it's going to be very nice when it gets replaced. So,
any other questions from board members? Chuck?
Yeah, I had a question, Chief. On page 1 of the report, the project description, the second paragraph describes the El Camino Rail Downtown Specific Plan.
Yeah.
Which is, as it's presented here, it's kind of a theoretical discussion, but we now know, I don't know what percentage, but like 90% of what's being built there with Stanford and the other projects. I'm wondering if any of what's actually occurring changes anything about either circulation or service or height or the ability to reach these kinds of things, parts of the project.
Yeah, for the goal there and is to have a ladder truck, obviously have the standards of cover up there, which gives us a better geographic location than Station 1, specifically given the fact that we have a truck on the other side of the freeway. So, and having the ability to answer, I think, hopefully your point directly, having the ability to have a tillered truck in terms of our movement on streets and tight corners and all the other things that go along with the benefits of a tiller, which, by the way, we've been very, very happy with the truck that we have. The Pierce truck has been pretty much, the favorite of everybody. But I think, to those projects and the heights and everything that we know, that with the equipment that we have, we'll be able to reach all of those buildings and address really what's going on is this vertical increase, including what's proposed for downtown. Now, how much downtown is going to happen given the economy right now, I don't know. But as you know, there's been a lot of work done on the El Camino corridor and some of the infill, and even in places like Stanford Linear Accelerator. And then we've seen some proposals from Stanford, although they were turned down for the Sand Hill Road corridor too.
So there's no changes. We know what to expect, and it's
yeah. No, we're in. Here's what this is kind of the exciting part. That station used to have a truck and a rescue in it, as well as an engine. And back in the day when you had one person driving each one, or you'd have to switch rigs. So, I think our distribution by having that ladder truck on the other side of the freeway and having one there, which is a quick run downhill, quite honestly, to the downtown El Camino area, including addressing this high-speed rail issue, the crossings, the frequency of the rail going across, if that materializes at some point. Both the standards of cover studies said this was the right place and the right way to go. So, I don't see anything that's changed that at all.
Okay, thank you.
Director Jones, this is Steve, if I might.
Yes, Steve.
Just to clear up one potential ambiguity of that might be helpful for the board, Chief. I think I heard you say in your oral presentation that after you receive your last permission from the county that you will bring this item back to the board before you issue the bids. The staff report indicates that you're going to go ahead and issue the bids and bring this back to the board when it's time to award a contract. And given your idea of keeping the board clear on what your plans are, maybe it'd be helpful just to clear that up.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. So if I'm sorry I misstated that. So that has been our procedure. And then of course the board has to pick the vendor. So yeah, I apologize if that was unclear on that, but yeah, that is the next process. And ultimately to spend the amount of money and, and who knows who's going to bid this and how. I hope a lot of vendors, and I hope they give us a decent price. And then ultimately that's going to be your decision to pick, the vendor, and hopefully we'll get a very reasonable vendor and a good price, and we'll move forward. So thank you, Steve, for that clarity. I appreciate it.
So the sequence is to get approval from the county.
Right.
Then go out to bid at that point in time.
Correct. And then to bring that back to the fire board.
To the fire board, okay.
Yeah. I can't approve a $22 million firehouse, and I hope maybe it's 18, 16.
You probably can break it up in 9,000 pieces of 25,000.
Not for one of these projects.
Hey, Harold.
Okay.
Quick question for you. Do you need any help from us with regard to the county permitting? I doubt it, but just in case, just know that, I can.
Well,
I'm happy to help.
you raise a very interesting question, because we did run into some issues, but I would like to say that I appreciate, County Manager Callaghy taking my phone call. I had a very constructive conversation with him, and we saw immediate positive results. So how's that?
Okay, great. Well, just know that I'm available to help on this side of the tracks, Harold. And
right. Well, I would have reached out to the liaisons to the
true.
To the board members, but you have to be careful doing that too, because you don't want it to backfire. So I think, Mike understood our concerns, and having built the Rock, which they have the dispatch center and the EOC in there, they experienced issues, as you may all know, with delays and different things that can happen. but he's very sensitive to schedules and was very excited about this project. They all hope to be at the groundbreaking ceremony, which we hope to have first part of next year. So, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, he was very helpful and we saw immediate positive movement forward.
Okay, I don't want to get in front of the liaisons, but I'm a resident in that district as well, so.
No worries. We did not need to go any further, which was great.
Okay.
I think the chief know that if you need to call out the big guns, he know where to go.
I reserve that though. After you got to be careful with that. Too.
Right.
The residents,
Chuck?
Robert.
Well, the big guns. I mean, you know.
I just wanted to say,
Chuck?
yeah, I wanted to say, I appreciate the clarification from our general counsel here. We've been kept informed and there's been some estimates and this and that, but I'm a little concerned that we just automatically go out to bid with a $22 million project. I mean, our last station cost us, what, 10 or 12? And I know this is a different matter here, but
it's a much smaller facility.
I realize that it's smaller too, but we're also, I don't know what kind of marketplace we're in. There's been different estimates of what's happening in the construction marketplace, but I actually think that it would be a good idea before you go out to bid that you come back to the board. I don't know what obligations we create by putting out a bid. I don't know if for example, the board was not about to approve a $22 million expenditure no matter what, and we go out to bid and then we refuse all bids, these companies take their time to prepare these bids. And I just am concerned that we do that. I don't see why it wouldn't make sense to come back to the board and at least with that information and at least get the approval to go out to bid.
So I'll let Stephen maybe answer that, but I mean, it was a good clarity. So Chuck, I'm a little unclear. What are you hoping that we're going to show you that would be different than, because you could reject all bids and say the price is too high and, you know, we go back out again. But I mean, what are you looking to?
I think we have some obligation. I think Stephen can clarify that better than I can, but I think we have some obligation to bid responsibly. And if the board knew, if all board members knew, and obviously I haven't had conversations with individual board members about this because that's prohibited, but if everybody knew they were going to vote against a $22 million expenditure, then I think we've been irresponsible. And so I just think that we ought to know what the facts are and then go out to bid.
So the report gives the estimates in here. Obviously, we would hope it would be less than that, as I said, but you know, certainly it's the board's decision. I mean, we tried to make sure you had everything in this report. So, you know, again, ambiguity, concerns, where we are is all covered, but you know, I'll leave it up to the board.
Chief, can I get a clarification, a question for clarification? In there, you have the budget. Could you maybe clarify how that budget was constructed and who had their hands in constructing the budget?
Yeah, so John Hitchcock works on that. What we do is we go to the marketplace and try and find out what the cost per square foot is, working with the architect, because the architect obviously isn't just building a fire station for us, is building, you know, well, when I say building, is not just designing a fire station for us, but is out there designing fire stations for different agencies in Palo Alto and other places and so forth. So we use that individual's expertise to give us what the typical market rate dollars per square foot based upon the style of the structure that we're building, you know, whether we're using steel, timber. I mean, obviously he has intimate knowledge of how the structure is being built. So he is assisting us with those per square foot dollar amounts so that we know, you know, within reason, what we can expect to see back based upon his experience in different locations in the Bay Area of what's being what's being built.
So the follow-up question to that is that have you retained a construction manager? And if so, does that construction manager, is he qualified to do value engineering on the numbers?
Yeah, that's what we also have. So if you remember, we hired the same group that we've used for Station 2 and Station 6. I remember Director Bernstein at that point also mentioned that appreciated that we brought some clarity in the third-party review, because that individual is expert on doing exactly what you're talking about, which is helping to manage the project. So essentially that individual, along with the architect, they're all working together to go out to see what the market rate is and then try and get us, the best, again, assessment of what the price could be or should be, and guide us through the process as well. They'll be involved with the bid process. We'll listen to the bid process, to those that come in. And then, like I said, we'll bring all that back to the fire board and go from there.
So based upon that and the cost, looking at the cost, because I do know individuals like who have that particular title in terms of project manager can look at the architectural plans and kind of offer certain costs that may be a way of improving a particular drawing or design to save a little bit more. And so once they have went over the plans and looked at it and squeezed as much as they could out of the architect in terms of his design and place that into a cost at that point in time, the numbers are about as should be as to the point within certain percentage variation, then on the cost of construction at that point in time you put it up, to have some fairly good numbers to put out there or to evaluate against the bids that come through at that point.
Yeah, that's a fair statement. And I think the other part of it, the variable part of this is, who's out there and maybe has at a point where, they want to book a project, right? So, you have certain entities that they build fire stations. That's what they do. I'm not going to get into all the names, but I think some of them. Is this a project that they have available personnel? They're finishing a project. They want. Again, we're hoping to get a number of entities that are hungry to build, and then that will drive, the competition for the project, which will hopefully bring in a competitive, reasonable number.
So
for the Bay Area.
But once you get it, once you get the bids out there and they come in, that's where the board is going to look at it. You make the presentation. Do we have to take the lowest bid at this point in time once it comes back in, or is there?
I'm looking at Steve, and that's his question.
Yeah, the district is charged with awarding the contract to what's called the lowest responsible bidder. That's a legal standard that has two prongs to it, which we can get into if you like. One is they have to be responsive, and the other is they have to be responsible. As the chief indicated, you always have the discretion not to proceed with the project and reject all the bids, but you don't have the discretion to negotiate and go back and forth and pick a bidder based on factors other than price.
Okay.
That's the importance is putting together a bid package that allows that to be possible. So the bid package has to be super comprehensive and answer all the questions so that the bidder can in fact price the project.
Okay.
Robert, can I make
another
a quick
question? Oh, Virginia.
I just want to make a quick comment and thank John Hitchcock for the work that he's done on this, and to thank Steve as well. But I know how much John cares, and he puts a lot of time and effort into his report. So I think John's still on the line. So John, if you are, thank you.
Well, and I appreciate that. I mean, again, John is part of a team that's working on this project, as was mentioned. So I don't want you to think that, we're just doing this in a silo. I mean, the team works on it. It's not our first time. It's some of the same individuals. So the good news is we were used to working with each other and we know what to expect, which, hopefully streamlines the process to some degree. And so, like I said, I'm happy to do whatever the board wants to do, but we're ready to go forward, but certainly it's your call on how we choose to do that.
Any other questions, Chuck, Jim, Rob?
Yep.
Thank you.
So if no other questions, I would like to entertain acceptance of the report by the chief for Fire Station 4, actually it's Fire Station 4 project update.
So do you want a motion? I mean, we can just accept the report, right?
Right, direction of staff.
Direction the staff, right?
Yeah.
So are there any objections from anybody? I don't hear any.
Thank you, Harold.
Thank you. I mean, it's a big step forward. These are always, and like I said, I'm very hopeful regarding price point. So.
Great. Thank you, Harold, Chief. Okay, we'll move on to item number 11. Discuss and accept the FY 19-20 fiscal year end report and adoption of resolution authorizing amendments to the 2019-20 and fiscal year 2020 and 2021 budget as an allocation of the funds for FY 19 and 20.
So Kathy is unable to be here this evening, but Long is joining us. So I don't know if we've unmuted him or he's able to speak, but he can walk you through it. I know he did the same for the Finance Committee. They had a number of good questions. I know that I don't know if we modified the report too much, but we tried to answer all those questions, hopefully your satisfaction. And hopefully I'll look at Michelle and see if Long's able to be heard.
Jim,
I'm here.
Before you do that, Jim, could you I'm going to step away for a minute. Could you run the meeting? So I get
Sure.
back? All right,
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, Long. So if you want to walk them through the report, we can.
Okay, I'll do so. Good evening, everyone. I'll be filling in for Kathy to go over the fiscal year 2019 and 20 fiscal year end reports. The purpose of this report is to provide a summary of financial activities for the fiscal year, allocates undesignated funds reserve, and to amend the final budgets for the fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 21 to more accurately reflect the ongoing activities for the district. So I'll go over each sections and I'll try to highlight and summarize the section so I don't repeat everything. So the district's fiscal year, the district uses funds accounting to report financial activities in the fiscal year. Our finances are accounted for within 4 major funds categories. We have the general funds, the capital improvement project funds, debt service funds, and urban search and rescue FEMA special revenue funds. This report will focus its discussions on the general funds, the capital improvement project funds, and the debt service funds only. The USAR special revenue funds has been has a standalone staff report that was in the consent section of the board meetings. One thing I should also noted is that the district's fiscal year 20 financials are currently under audit, and the balances in this report are considered unaudited balance. So if you go to page, I guess 102 for the executive summary section chart on the bottom of page 102, we started the beginning fund balance for the fiscal year was at 61.4 million. We ended the year with a balance of 72.4 million. So we increased our fund balance for the three major funds by 10.9 million in the fiscal year. If you flip on to the next page, the chart will provide you with the general fund's fiscal activities. This will summarize all the year-end financial summaries for the general fund. So our general fund's revenues for the fiscal year, we ended at 64.1 million. This is comprised of 56.2 million in property taxes, 7.9 million in other operating revenues. The general fund expenditures at the end of fiscal year total to 50.4 million. This comprised of 37.3 million of that in wages and benefits, 6 million in other operating expenditures, and we made a 7.1 million payment to CalPERS UAL payments in the fiscal year. Our operating transfer in from the general fund balance reserve for use in operations total to 5.9 million in the fiscal year. Operation transfer out to CIP and debt service fund total to 4.5 million. So at the end of the year, the district's general funds had a total savings of 15.1 million. Then if you flip on the next page, in page 104, this chart will give you a breakdown of the property tax revenues by the individual tax purpose. The property tax revenues during the fiscal year total to 56.2 million, which represents 87.8% of the district's wide total revenues for the fiscal year. Our property tax increased by 4.2 million or 8.2% from the prior year's actual. And below the chart will give you a description of each property tax purpose and how we did during the year. One thing I should point out is secure property tax in fiscal year 2020. We saw this represents 95% of the total property tax revenues and experienced a 9.4% increase from prior years. Then I'll jump on to the next chart, which is on page 105. This chart will go over the other operating revenues for the fiscal year. Other operating revenues total to 7.9 million, which represents 12.2% of the district-wide revenues for the fiscal year. This was a 4% decrease from prior year's actual. Then on the bottom of the charts, we'll give the description of each operating revenues purpose and how we did during the fiscal year. You turn the page to page 106. The chart on this page will give you the wages and benefits expenditures for the fiscal year. We ended the year with a total of 37.3 million in wages and benefits, which represents 74% of the district-wide total expenditures, excluding operating transfer. Then I jump to page 107. In this chart, it will give you the extraordinary expenditures for the fiscal year. Extraordinary expenditures is related to CalPERS UAL payments that we did pay during the fiscal year. In fiscal year 20, we made a 7.1 million towards the UAL payments, using 3.5 million in budgeted funds and 3.6 in existing reserve. Then you turn the page to page 108. This chart will give you the other operating expenditures for the fiscal year. Our total other operating expenditures for this fiscal year totals to 6 million in fiscal year 20. This represents 12% of the district-wide total expenditures. This is a decrease of 5.5 million from the prior year's actual. The main reason for the decrease is due to implementations of various measures during the COVID outbreak. The district halted our apparatus purchasing plan. We ceased spending on non-essential services and supplies. And we also seized travel and conference expenditures related to those. Going on to the next page, on the chart, it'll give you a breakdown of our operating transfer during the fiscal year. We had a transfer in from general fund reserve of 5.9 million. 3.6 of that is from the PERS reserve, 1.1 million of that is from apparatus reserve, 750,000 of that is from the equipment replacement reserve, and 548,000 of that is from encumbrance. And we also had a $13,000 transfer from the debt service fund to the general fund related to the debt service call that we did in fiscal year. Then our operating transfer out in the fiscal year total to be 4.5 million, 3.5 of that is to CIP, and 950,000 of that is to debt service. Then if you flip the page, the next page in 110 will give you a breakdown of all our open purchase order and our encumbrances for the fiscal year. For our encumbrances, those are basically our planned projects that we had in fiscal year 20, but due to the COVID outbreak, we kind of halted everything and assessed at the end of fiscal year to whether to fund projects now. Then go to the next page, they'll break down the fund balance for the fiscal year. We started our beginning fund balance at 39.3 million, and we ended our fund balance for general funds at the end of fiscal year at 48.5 million. That's a 9.2 million increase in the general fund for this fiscal year. We have an unassigned fund balance of 15.1 million in this fiscal year that we need to allocate. Then the next page, I'll skip the next page. The next page is basically the recommendations. So I'll go over that at the end. So I'll go over the capital improvement projects funds right now. That's on page 113. So basically we at the beginning of the year, we have 19.2 million in fund balance. We had a general fund transfer in of 3.5 million, and we spent close to $1 million in construction and other improvements. And our ending fund balance is 21.7 million at the end of fiscal year. Then the recommendations, I'll go over that in a little bit also. Then you flip to the next page. The next page will give you a summary of the debt service funds activities for the fiscal year. Our beginning fund balance for fiscal year 20 is 3 million. Our total revenues for the fiscal year is 215,000. That consists of 212,000 from IRS rebates for the COP Series B. Then we had a transfer in of 950,000 from the general funds to offset the payments for the debt service. Then in the fiscal year, during the fiscal year, we made a call of the COP Series A. So we paid off 1.3 million for the COP Series A. And at the end of the fiscal year, we we had a fund balance of 2.2 million for that debt service. So at the end of the fiscal year, we have an unassigned fund balance of 15.1 million. And if you go back into page 112, this will give a summary of our recommendations in terms of allocating the unassigned fund balance to the reserve in the fiscal year. So I'll go over each recommendation.
Hey, Long?
Yes.
So, and I would say the recommendation of the Finance Committee, but certainly, and I don't want to speak for them, but the concurrence of the Finance Committee too, so.
Right. Okay. So for recommendation number 1, staff recommended that we allocate 2.3 million of that towards to fund the open purchase orders and any encumbrance projects that were delayed during the fiscal year. Recommendation number 2 would be to transfer 4.5 million of the unassigned fund balance to the apparatus and rolling stock reserve. That 4.5 million that we came up with is derived from an estimate of 3.6 million for 3 engines and 1 tiller. And in this fiscal year, we decided to fully set aside the vehicles and apparatus depreciation expense for the fiscal year, which totaled to $883,000.
And on that, so real quick, directors, remember when COVID hit and we talked about the uncertainty of going forward, we essentially stopped all forward movement on any apparatus purchases. So it's not as if this wasn't in the plan. It's essentially, we wanted to get to mid-fiscal year for a number of these items. Thanks, Long.
Okay. Then recommendation number 3 is to transfer 884,000 to equipment replacement. 600,000 of that is for apparatus outfitting, and the 284,000 of that is actual fiscal year 20 equipment depreciation expense. Recommendation number 4 is to allocate 3.2 million from the unassigned fund balance to the PERS future PERS payment reserve for uses to pay down the PERS UAL. Then the final recommendation is to allocate 3 million of that to CIP for fire station rebuilds, and 1.2 million of that for buildings and improvement depreciation expense for fiscal year 20. And that will sums up on allocation for the fiscal year.
So real quick on that one, directors, remember there had been discussion about, and I can tell you haven't inherited this when we had 4 stations and only $6 million, that there was no specific allocation for amortization of fire stations. So we felt that we were at a point where for the newer stations, we could start an amortization fund currently now as well. So that, you know, at some point, 50, 60 years from now, if we continue to build those funds, there should be funding available to replace a station just like a fire truck, unlike what was inherited. And to some extent still exists to a lesser degree with Station 1, but that depends on what project we'll choose, but certainly is not reflective of Station 4. Go ahead, Long.
That completes the staff reports.
So Harold, Robert, I just want to thank Long for doing this report today. We had, well, you know, you're on the finance committee. We had this discussion, and pretty much we've accepted the recommendations, and we were just waiting for Long to fill out the report so that he could present it to the board tonight. So Long, thank you very much for putting together the rest of the report. I mean, again, the conclusions were the same, and you know, I know that we are trying to adopt the resolution tonight to authorize the amendments to the fiscal year 2019-20 and fiscal year 2021 budgets, and the allocation of funds for the fiscal year 2019 and 2020. And I mean, I'll make a motion just to get the discussion started if anyone wants to second it. I mean, just to get the.
Before you do that, can I make one kind of just summary statement?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
So the good, you know, I mean, there's a lot of good news in here. I mean, if you look at where we were with property tax at 8% versus 4%, that's positive. And that's not what we're, you know, again, we haven't gotten the end of year for this mid-year fiscal yet for the county. So we're still waiting that. We just got the PERS rate. So we'll be sharing that with the finance committee in November, so everybody knows where we are. And that's, I can tell you, very favorable with where we are with the PERS. And a lot of that's just the credit of many, many years of addressing this problem, unlike others around us that are now having to, you know, almost get to crisis mode. So, and I won't take away the surprise of what it is, but it's really, really good. We're in great shape there. The other part of this too, if you look at, you know, what the staff did, everybody did the best that they could to essentially shut down spending. And part of that, there's a good and bad part of that, right? Because of COVID. I mean, the downside is, as I'm starting to hear, supply chains are struggling to keep up with demand because you got to restart things. So, you know, by not doing some things, I think we helped our bottom line, but it's deferred, right? But part of that was the guidance that we got from the committee and from the board to tighten the belt strap and make sure that, you know, let's ride this thing out and see where we are at mid-fiscal. And here we are. I mean, again, property tax look good. So if you see when Long says we have 15 million, you know, that's based upon that 8%. That's based upon, you know, already paying down the PERS yet again. You as a board and the committee recommended paying down the debt that we had on the bonds. We did part of that, which what we could do. So, you know, there's a lot of positive indicators in here of what was done to make us be cash positive and paying down our PERS rate, getting a really, really good PERS end of year report, which again, we'll share with the finance committee in November that everybody will be extremely pleased with. And, you know, just overall trying to do a very good job with the guidance of the finance committee of managing the district's funds. So we're in a very strong position right now, I think, compared to many different agencies. You know, I don't want to compare us to them because it's different for everybody, but, you know, everybody's rowing the same direction. And, you know, I think it's, you know, everything that can be done is being done and has been done this last year to put us where we are. And we're very lucky to have the zip codes that we have, but equally, you know, I give a lot of credit to the board. Many, many years of very prudent, sound fiscal oversight and decisions have been made here. It wasn't just one board, it's been many boards that had the same mentality of, you know, being very careful and conservative, which I think has served us well and puts us in a position to do things like the fire stations and so forth, to have the cash actually there, which we did not have when we started Station 2 into its totality. So with that, Virginia, thank you. And to the board members, you know, if there's, let Virginia make her motion and then we can hopefully address anything that comes up.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just make the motion to adopt or to authorize the amendments to the fiscal year 2019, 2020 and fiscal year 2021 budgets and allocation of funds for fiscal year 19 and 20.
A motion been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Jim. Call for discussion. Hearing none. Michelle, you still?
Wait, Chuck has his hand up.
Oh, he does. I'm sorry. I missed you, Chuck. Go ahead, Chuck.
I have, and there's nothing behind my questions except trying to understand. I have about 4 or 5 questions. Ron, could you, I have asked this question before and I never quite understand why we do this, but we had a budget for the year, we performed, we had $15 million left over. Why do we go back and revise the budget for 2019-20? It's already done. Why do we bother doing that?
That's because we need to, since some of the POs have budgeted funds associated with those, if we're trying to roll over the POs to the next fiscal year, we need to reduce the budgets for the funds as belonging to POs in the previous fiscal year. Then we move that funds as reserve in encumbrance, then we have to increase the budgets for the 2021 in order to use the reserve from the open POs to accommodate the budgets for 21. That's the only reason why.
I certainly understand why we would change the 2021 budget. That's clear. I just wondered why we bother revising the 19-20 budget since the year is already over. We know the actual. What do we care what the budget was anymore?
That's a good question. It's always been done like that. So we usually move it because the PO is still open and there's a budget associated with that PO. So that's the reason why we always move the budgets from 20 and put it into 21.
Okay.
So Chuck, let me answer part of that. And again, this is where I miss Kathy, but we've asked all the managers to go back out on some of these POs that we did not execute and to make sure the prices are still good. And in some cases, they might be slightly different, but most entities won't guarantee a price beyond 90 days. So if you don't execute within that period of time, it does change things around a little bit. And so, part of it is equally, it's government, right? So we're required to do certain things and certain timelines and abide by a certain set of rules. I'm not the auditor, but I know that we get glowing reviews every year because of the things that we do correctly. And I know this all kind of ties in, having worked with Kathy for a long time on all of that as government.
But one thing's for sure is that our actual always comes in right on budget, and it's because we revised the budget to make that true. But okay, I still never understood. Let me ask some more specific things. On page 102, there's a chart there. Are you with me, Lon?
Yes.
I don't understand the first 2 lines. Why do they have 2 lines for the general fund?
Oh, okay. So one line for the top line for the general funds is basically our activities for the year. And the second line is basically the fund balance activities for the year. So we started the fiscal year with a fund balance of 39.3 million. And during that fiscal year, we did some movement in terms of transfer of the reserve to operational use. So that's why I created the 2 lines just to show that there's a transfer going on to the first line for the general fund operational use. That's why it's just for clarification.
So what you're doing is you're showing transactions among the fund balances
exactly
in the second line, and in the first line you're showing the actual operations.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't understand the rationale. Let me ask you then about page 103, the chart there. Under the middle column, 2019-20 year-end actual. It shows that what we spent on other operating expenditures was almost 7 million less than we had budgeted. I'm wondering if you could estimate how much of those savings are just temporary and shifting over to the new year, and how much of those savings are real for this year?
So,
that might be a little tough, but it might take a little work to actually go figure that out. But remember,
My question really is, in a general sense, did we really save 7 million, or did we just delay 7 million for a year?
well, so here's I think it's both, as Long mentions, but it has to do with, remember, during COVID, a lot of things slowed down and other things, sped up. So in terms of I'll give you an easy one. In terms of how many vehicle trip miles we made and how much diesel we had to purchase, it was way off because activity was down. In other words, we weren't driving as much because call volume was down. We suspended training to the point of suspending training. We no longer had instructors coming in to provide training that would come in maybe on their day off to provide that. So a lot of things that were operationally shut down or just the reduction in call volume resulted in savings. I don't know about you, but I got a credit on my car insurance because they credited me back for whatever reason that they thought I was driving less. So, at the end of the day, I think there's some of that, but I don't know. It's a great question. I think we'd have to do a deeper dive into what's what on that one.
So it sounds like some of it is real savings, though. I mean, the fact is you're not going to do double training this year to make up for that, right?
That's correct. Yeah. I mean, so, once we suspended different things and we're not, as a district, remember our call volume was down about 25%. That equates to diesel. And it's not just calls, it's coming in for training. The firefighters weren't doing inspections. They weren't going out doing the training that they were doing before. And, move and cover wasn't as frequent because we didn't have activity with our neighbors who are in the same boat. So there's some real savings that occur just on, unintended consequences of everything slowing down. But, there's other things that we did have to spend money on, right? So we did increase the cost because we put together that COVID rig and we had expenses there regarding some of the things that we did. But the offset for that is we're tracking all that and we're trying to get that back in either grant funding or by reimbursement from the state. So that's why I say it's gonna have to take some time to work our way through it because, some of it's real to your point and some of it isn't maybe as real as we're saying.
Well, for example, let's turn to page 112 for a moment, the recommendations. It looks like in vehicles between 4 and 5 million got rolled over into the new year. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's correct. Because we shut down all the vehicle purchases based upon trying to maintain a positive cash position. But it doesn't alleviate, I think, to your point, that we need to replace those vehicles. We need to replace those vehicles.
Okay, so at least, I mean, maybe 4 to 5 at least is not real savings. This is just deferred into a new fiscal year.
Right. Yeah, that's fleet. And there's new prices in the new year that the manufacturers will put out. So will they go down or they go up? And sadly, it seems like everything always goes up versus down. But we'll see.
Okay, and then I just have one last question. Long, I followed you in terms of where this 15 million goes. I go through 1, 2, 3, 4, and I didn't total it up exactly, but I didn't get the whole amount. And then some of it is in capital improvements, but I couldn't figure out, I missed the number that was in capital improvements that's part of the $15 million.
So for capital improvements, we're planning to transfer 3 million for station rebuilds. And
Okay.
1.2 million is for depreciation expense for the station.
I see. Okay, that's at the bottom of page 113 then.
Yeah, that's that reference I made that we're actually starting to,
Yes.
develop a sinking fund for the newer facilities so that down the road, there's actually money in an account to replace them. It's a novel concept, but
It's a good concept.
I hope so, Director.
It is.
It can be unraveled at any time, but kind of like, robbing Social Security, right?
Yeah. Well,
I wanted to ask about
only if you
the
need
3
it.
million. Was that just what was left over? Or did that have some reference to the actual value of the facilities divided by some number of years?
Yeah, so we did do that. We did, to your point, almost like an I know you've asked this question before, and I don't remember exactly how Kathy calculated it, but, to your points from the past is, can't we look forward, have how many years? And Kathy did that off, I think, working with John and what the cost per square foot would be today. Obviously, it changes, but and there was a formula that they used to figure out per year what it should be. So there was some extrapolation, I guess, going forward using, money over time. Now, we could have a debate about what's the value, but at the end of the day, I think it's, like I said, it's a lot better than what we came into, which was, non-designated and no plan whatsoever.
So it had some basis in reality. I mean, I think that's the right way to do it. If you buy a new station for 20 million,
right,
and you're going to keep it for 40 years, you know that you have to pay $500,000 a year, to rebuild that station.
Right. I think those discussions, and this comes from those discussions that happened last year on the Finance Committee and the year before, which I know you were involved with, and you brought up those points. Kathy took that to heart, and, we both realized, hey, we can't just have an empty fund balance on these new stations. We need to start, working on it going forward. So this year obviously is a good year, and we're able to do it. And so, we've started it. So I hope we could continue it, but, we'll see, right?
I'm sorry, I do have one last one, and this will be quick. Some of these things, like the reserve that we have for a deficit or whatever, historically was some percentage of our annual budget. And I'm going to make up a number I don't remember, but it was like 50% of our annual budget we needed to keep in reserve. My question, now that our budget has kind of ballooned up there, it doesn't look like the reserves have increased in the same way. In fact, it doesn't look like they've increased at all. Like the budget deficit reserve, for example, again, that was created by formula, but it doesn't look like it's been revised at all.
Yeah, I'll let Long try and answer that, but I know from what we used before, which was guidance from League of Cities and other entities during the last economic downturn, which I know you're familiar with because we've had these discussions in the Finance Committee, that 50% rule came from, cities like Bell, California, and others, where they totally, not only made a number of errors and quite honestly illegal moves, but, did not have the reserves necessary, as many did who went into bankruptcy. So it's a good point. Maybe Long knows the answer, but I think that's something that the Finance Committee, you got two members here in that, we'll have to dive into why that is and if we need to make an adjustment going forward.
So that reserve was set up before my time, so I don't have any comments regarding that. But what we can do is just to revisit the fund balance policy, probably early 2021, because that's been it hasn't been updated for 2 years already. So we might just look into the fund balance policy early 2021, then revise the language in there.
Okay, I would appreciate that. And I'm not even recommending a certain balance, by the way, because I'm not qualified to do that. but I know that we had a balance that was by formula.
Right.
And I don't think we're revising it to maintain the formula. And I think the fund balances, by the way, were a matter of board policy. I don't know if they're enunciated somewhere or not, but we ought to somehow bring our, and this is something I know Virginia is particularly interested in, is having our policies be clearly delineated so that we know what we're doing each year. I don't know what a prudent reserve is, and I'm not complaining about the reserve. I just don't think the reserve is meeting the target percentage that we had set up for it originally.
Yeah, and you know, we'll take a hard look at that, because that is a big deal in terms of how we operate. And one other thing I remember that we factored into it too, which was, as you may recall, when we went down on staffing year after year, and moved from almost 100 at the time down to the 70s. So we were not replacing firefighters through retirement or attrition. And there's, we had some savings numbers in there too, but equally, that factors into the year after year, what's our replacement cycle for people, and, what's the lowest we can theoretically go, and still maintain service delivery and take the department down through attrition for cost savings as well. I don't think we want to repeat that, and it's taken us, almost a decade to kind of incrementally increase the number of fire personnel again. But that's certainly a factor in there too, is not replacing people through attrition year after year.
Well, thank you for the explanations. As I said, I support the recommendations here, but I think we need to take a longer look at it. And I would hope that the Finance Committee would put that on their agenda.
No, I think that's a good idea, Chuck. I think we should. I also think that, the reserve policy thing should be reviewed as well. I mean, for special districts, reserves are so important. I mean, they talked about it at the CSDA conferences, and I don't know. I mean, we're lucky that we're in good financial shape, but I just want to be prepared and plan, and just to make sure that we're always in the best financial shape that we can possibly be. And I mean, I do appreciate all of Chuck's suggestions. I know that he cares about the budget a lot, and his suggestions are really great. We just, I mean, Harold, you're right. We're very lucky, and I just want us to protect what we have and do the best that we can for financial management and planning. So,
well, we're lucky, and the board's made a lot of, again, not just this board, but
it's over time.
Really good decisions.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that
followed.
Yeah. And we're lucky in that way too. I mean, just, we have a strong property tax base, which is, the bulk of our revenues, but we also have we've had several boards, I would say, for over at least the last 10 years, right? 10 to 15 years that have just been very, very prudent. So
yeah, I mean, look,
I think I think this board is in that same category. So I appreciate the questions and the scrutiny.
Yeah, it's a matter of stewardship, right? I think, and that's been very good over time. And let me just say this: I think that if you go back, there were some real critical decisions that had to be made. Amortization of fire stations, how to even start the replacement. Very difficult. I mean, we dug out of a hole. I mean, really, with 4 facilities, and we're not there yet, but we're on our way. And then the PERS pay down versus at that moment in time, positioning because of the cash, because once you start that, then how long do you go, and what was the number, and all the different things that went along with it. So, getting the bond done and getting rated, in there, that was all a big issue from at the time where we move forward. So, all along the way, again, I don't want to say it was luck, but we're lucky, but there's been a lot of good, sound decisions that were made. So I think, all the Director Bernstein's points are well taken. And as I said, I think the Finance Committee and the board When you get the PERS rates, you're going to be very happy and should be proud, because it's not just happenstance that it occurred. When you see that in November, and then hopefully right after that, if not maybe, knock on wood, around the same timing, but probably more likely December, we'll know what we're going to get for the first round of property taxes. And that's, as you know, that's where, we said, then we'll really know. And I think that's a big one. So
are there any other questions so we can put this one to rest so we can move on?
Well, there's a motion and a second.
There is a motion and a second.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, this boy, forgot all about that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Who made the motion?
I made the motion and Jim seconded it.
Oh,
And then we
okay.
had our discussion. So,
Okay.
I mean, if
Robert,
everyone's ready to vote.
Okay.
It's 11 o'clock, so it's perfect timing, right?
Yeah, perfect timing. Okay, so roll call, Michelle, because I don't think we need to discuss this thing anymore. Unless somebody got a question.
Where's Rob Solano? Does he want to have it? Does he have any questions?
Well, I'm sure Rob would speak up if he had a question. So roll call, Michelle. Is Michelle still there? Or she done gone too? She done left too? Okay, well, I'll call a roll.
Oh, no, Michelle's here.
No, she's not there. I think she stepped away for a while. Oh, yeah,
Oh, okay.
she's here. She might, Michelle, you there? Okay, Steve, can you take a roll call for us? And
Sure, I'd be happy to. Director Bernstein.
Aye.
Director Jones.
Aye.
Director McLaughlin.
Aye.
Director Solano.
Aye.
And Director Chancarelli.
Aye.
Okay.
5-0, the motion passes.
Motion's passed and carried. So now we'll move into reports and requests. Start off with committee reports.
Hi, everybody. My microphone has gone out. I have to talk to IT about this. It keeps going on, and I was.
Well, we took the roll call for you. Steve took the roll call for you. We passed
5-0.
5-0. So don't worry about it. We'll do the next in the same way. So we'll start off with E-Prep committee.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. We met, Ryan and Andreas presented what they actually presented to the entire board here tonight. I've had conversations with the chief. I think we're on the right track. We're going forward. It still needs to be tweaked quite a bit, but we're taking baby steps, but I think we're in the right direction. Chuck, would you like to add anything?
I have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Robert, and I don't have anything else to say, Robert. I'm done.
Okay, great. It's silence is gold sometimes. You don't worry about it. You don't have to say nothing. HR?
Nothing to report.
Okay. Strategic planning. I think we haven't said what we had to say earlier, so I don't think we have anything else to say. Do you think so, Jim?
No.
Okay. Finance, Virginia, I think you.
Yeah, no, nothing to report except that, the things that were on the agenda tonight were things that we talked about, from the FEMA schedule to the amendment to the budget. So thank you. And thanks for your input. And thank you, Long. I know it's been a little tough because Kathy's been out so long. It's been kind of leading the effort from the staff standpoint. So I want to thank him for all of his hard work.
Robert?
Yes.
I have a question for Virginia, Finance Committee. Virginia, the agenda of the Finance Committee had the purchase of a ladder truck on it, but that wasn't presented to the board tonight. Can you let us know why?
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me about that, Chuck. But essentially, that was just a first look. I mean, it wasn't it was just something that Harold wanted us to be aware of. And I think that when it's ready for prime time, it's going to actually come to the finance committee and then to the full board. I mean, there's no way that we're going to be making any decisions in a vacuum, but it was just basically to get us ready to put it on our radar at this point. So it's definitely coming. Harold, do you know about when that's going to come out for a viewing, if you will?
So the reason it was brought to the finance committee is exactly that. It was to get the feedback to make sure we were on the right track and the information was there that they would need. The bottom line is that the truck takes about 2 years to purchase, build, buy, outfit. That's what we found out with the last one, which is exactly about the schedule for the firehouse. So there's no point in bringing it to you as a board until, you know, we get a contractor for a fire station, because the unique thing about having a tiller is that there's only one station that it fits in, and that's station 2, where we have one. It doesn't fit in the other stations at this time. So if we don't, you know, if we're not on schedule with the firehouse, there's no point in ordering a ladder truck, because we will have no place to put it. So, you know, in the end of the day, it's trying to do step 1, get the fire station approved, get it moving, and then based upon the schedule for how long it takes to, again, build, order, receive, and outfit the truck. It should be close to almost the timeline of the firehouse, which then gives us the place to put it, and the truck is up for replacement. So, I mean, you know, it's one has to go behind the other, but as I said to the finance committee, I'm just floating this right now to see if there's any feedback, comments. And so we took the feedback and comments. So we'll be meeting with the apparatus committee again to work on that.
I'd like to add 2 quick comments then as feedback, please, on this. One is that back when we were discussing the Rosenbauer vehicle, we heard lots of reports from our mechanic about the downtime of Pierce vehicles and the difficulty in getting parts in a timely manner and so forth. I don't want to discuss it here. We don't have the time, but I would like to make sure that that's an agenda item before we have to approve this thing. Because I said at the time, and I still feel that way. I mean, the amount of time that the Pierce vehicles, particularly the Quint, were down was just, I think, hurt our readiness. And I'd like to know before voting on it if that has changed, what Pierce has done to change it, how their delivery on parts is doing, and so forth. And that seems to me to be a report from the staff regarding that.
Yeah, that will all be covered in there, because those are all very reasonable questions. And that's also why we separated the tiller from the engine purchases, because it's a different thing when you talk about the engines, which were some of the concern. But you know, as I mentioned earlier, so far, everybody's very pleased with that tiller.
The other thing was Pierce, I thought, had not dealt very fairly with us in terms of getting the Quint back in service. It made me feel that they really hadn't mastered yet these kind of electronic controls and so forth. And I just had felt that maybe they'd lost their touch. But I would like to know what kind of allowance they've given us for the Quint. It seemed like they weren't willing to do anything. So again, I don't want to discuss it tonight, but I'd certainly like to get a report, and I hope you'll do it before it's time to buy the Quint. I mean, excuse me, the tiller, because
no more Quints.
If we want to go out to bid from some other vendors or so forth, we need time to do that. And I don't want to be pushed into $1.5 million purchase because of the calendar.
Right. No, understood. And just so you know, and everybody hears, a lot of progress was made. Meetings have been happening. And, you know, I think we've seen positive improvement, and they've resolved the issue with the Quint. So there's some good things that have occurred out of the problems that were occurring at the time.
Well, again, we heard the problems. We ought to probably have heard about the resolutions of them too, because yeah, it just feels like we're left in the middle of the story here. And my inclination when I saw that purchase was there was to say, no way would I be supporting a piece of Pierce equipment.
Right.
And I don't think it's helpful for the district for somebody like me to have that attitude if in fact that's no longer true.
We will answer all your questions coming up.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we'll do the liaison reports. Anybody got anything? Liaison reports? No. How about reports and requests of directors? I have a request, we need to kind of, I think we don't probably need to, but my request is that we need to finish the Choco House. We need to, as a board, I think, put that particular piece to rest. Now that we have the inquiry has finished, I think we're doing a disservice for the Belhaven community in terms of having the building. If we can do the same thing for Atherton in our station, next to our station up there, we can do the same thing for the Choco House. And we need to figure out, I think, Chief, we need to figure this thing out. So I'm making a request that we put this item on our agenda for next month to see what we need to do to finish that particular project over there at Nexus Station 77. So Chief and the board, if there's some numbers that board members need to have, budget, to understand what is balanced over there, the work need to be done. I know we had, I think at the strategic planning committee, we had talked about, I think it was there, might have been a board meeting last week or last month before, about some work that needed to go on over there on the backside of the building. Improvements need to be made. So we just need, and that's the rehab, but just the Choco House in and of itself, so that we can get moving on completing that project. So that's my request.
I agree with you on that, Robert.
Robert,
Robert? Yes.
Yeah. I'd like to see that referred to the strategic planning committee, because I think there's a lot of issues beyond just the physical structure of the house. It's what's the purpose of having the house? Will it be used as a battalion chief, operating center? Will it be, I still consider the bulldoze an option, a bulldoze extension of the parking lot to be an option here. So I'd like to see it referred to committee before it comes back to the board.
Robert, could I ask a question, please?
Yeah, after we get free-flowing questions, Jim has made a recommendation, but we still open for comments and stuff like that.
My question relates to process here, and I think there's two conflicting processes. So I'm not in any way challenging you here. I'm just more asking this. On the one hand, you're charged with setting up the agenda. And it seems to me that in that sense, you could sort of put anything on the agenda that you want. I mean, that logically, that seems to me. On the other hand, we now have this process where to get things on the agenda, board members need to bring it up and we discuss it and then we vote on it. And in a sense, you're a board member like all of us. So my question is, which of these processes is the proper process for your request here?
My request is like anybody else who have came forth and made a request, because that is a process. I don't, if the chairperson has liberties in doing so, and if I assume that that's what you tell me the board chair have, to me, I think that my request is like anybody else's request. There is a section here about reports as well as requests of the director. Now, I may have jumped, there may be some other reports that need to be made or people have to report on, but I'm speaking up saying I have a request as a director to put an item on the agenda for our next board meeting to talk about. Jim made an amendment to that rather than bring it for the board to refer it to the strategic planning committee to discuss before bringing up to the board. I'm just making this request as is stated here. Whoever else, I think we need to follow a process that we've been adhering to all this year, because it was brought, that's what we decided to do in January or February, I forgot which one of those months, because this item is there, that this is the process we follow. So I'm not trying to do anything other than what we have done all year long in terms of bringing up an idea, a thought, and putting it on the board for approval or to be looked at.
And I certainly wasn't disputing what you were doing. I just was wondering whether it was really even necessary, because I thought, this might be an issue that you care about, whereas some of these things you put on there, for example, the Station 4 update. I mean, that went on the agenda. We didn't vote on that. So it seems to me you almost have the ability to put whatever you want on the agenda. Anyway, and I was just curious.
Is there a policy and board policy on that? I haven't seen it. Maybe there is, and that's.
Well, you're responsible. It says that you set the agenda in conjunction with the chief.
Right.
So I just didn't know if you even needed to do what you're doing tonight.
Well, that's a good question. That's a good crossing point. So if that's the case, then I'm no different than any other board member, except for this year being a president. So if next year I'm not the president, then I fall back into that situation like I guess everybody else, the other four. And I'm saying I think there should be one process, and I'm following that same process. Granted that the agenda is set by the chief, myself, and Jim this year, because Jim is the vice president, I'm the president, but we take our lead from the chief. But this item, in terms of bringing something up for the board to look and consider, is one of those items that unless I'm showing something different in terms of how the board, the chairperson role is in taking special treatments of putting special items on the agenda. Somebody need to help me out if I'm wrong in that perspective. But I think that
Director, it's both. I mean, you're the president. I think the powers of the president, as Director Bernstein mentioned, you could put whatever you want on the agenda. That's kind of in the board policy manual. So, but you're trying to be transparent, and you're letting everybody know what you want to do. So, it's not as if it's a surprise.
Yeah, and that's all that is, because I would not want to see at the board meeting item come up like this one, and then there's holy hell breaking loose about why is this item on the agenda, and that has happened. So I'm trying to avoid that. It's about transparency. So I am willing to if the board so choose to make that amendment with Jim in terms of sending that item over to the Strategic Planning Committee to look at and then bring recommendations to the board on it.
So Robert, what do you want us to do? Do you want us to just decide? I mean,
I want to.
Director Jones?
Yes.
I just want to let you know that as the board president, you do have the authority to put this on the next board meeting agenda if you choose to do so. So I think that's the one option if you would like to do that, or Director McLaughlin suggested to send it to the strategic planning committee if there's a consensus among the board to do that.
Yes, I think Jim has a good, that will follow process like we normally follow in terms of looking into certain items. And so sending it over to, if the board so choose, to send it over to the strategic planning committee and have them look at it and then bring recommendations to the board. So whatever the wishes of the board is at this point in time, let me just leave it as such.
Well, I mean, can I give you my thoughts on that?
Sure, I want everybody's thoughts.
I don't disagree that it should go to the strategic planning committee at some point, but I think that, it'd be, if we put this on the agenda and there's a staff report, we might be able to at least get, some more information that we can kind of chew on and then provide direction, if it should go back to the strategic planning for more thoughts and planning and discussion. I mean, maybe that's the way to go so that the strategic planning committee also has some direction from the board and what we care about. I mean, that's just my thought. I mean, so I would welcome this getting on to a board agenda, and then, if we want to kick it back to the strategic planning committee, which I think is not a bad idea, then, I would be totally willing to do that. But I'm not sure that we've had a real staff report on it, on this one particular item in a focused way. I mean, it's been with other items before, so it might be good to just have a staff report focused on the issue at hand. I mean, those are my thoughts for whatever they're worth.
It's worth the wait and go. So any other thoughts on that? Rob, are you still with us?
Yeah, I would ask the chief, is there sufficient time to put together a staff report for the strategic planning committee date 2 weeks from now in November?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean,
that's true. Thanks, Jim, for that logistical question.
That's part of it.
I mean, obviously more time to put it together to go to the board gives me a little bit more time, like a week or two more.
Yeah, I mean, Robert, I'm not opposed if you want to bring it back to the board for the November meeting, but and then perhaps it'll go from that board meeting and be referred back to the strategic planning committee. I'm fine with that. It would give the chief a little more time to develop a staff report.
Yeah, because you're gonna want some numbers,
right?
And that's gonna require getting some informal bids and so forth, and that takes as you know, I can't predict how long all that takes, but that's what we need to do to put some frame rails around it.
Yeah.
So Rob, you there?
Yes, I am.
You got it. You gonna weigh in, or should we just skip you and keep going?
Well, I'm trying to figure out cost versus bulldozer.
Well, we're not there yet, I don't think.
I know, but I'm just saying that's what I'm thinking. So,
okay.
I think the chief needs time to get the information to us.
Okay, so what it seemed like then, why don't we just put it on the board agenda for our next board meeting, and then all of the we'll have our healthy conversation at that point, and then if it looks like it needs to go to the strategic planning committee for further sifting, so maybe by 2022 we'll have that done. How about that?
Well, and the discussion was helpful because the other thing I'll include in there is, you also you could do sale, you could do rental. There's a lot of different things. I mean, how long we don't own the property that the fire station's on. So, there's a few variables in here that are still unresolved, right?
Sure, sure. Okay. So if that's okay with the board, we'll put it on the agenda. And thank you for Chuck for reminding me as a board president with 2 months left what my authorities are. And I'll remember that at the next board meeting. Okay,
But
so
Robert, just one last point about this.
sure.
I think this is something that when we review the policy manual, we ought to decide, and just for the reasons you said, you don't want people angry at what you put on the agenda because they have to do one process and you haven't, not you, but the president has
Right.
another and so forth. So I think it's something that ought to go to the HR committee to review as a policy matter to see how we can reconcile these two different policies.
I think you're absolutely right in that respect. So if that's a second motion to send that aspect request over to the HR committee to look at, then either we do it now or bring it up at the board meeting. So how would you like to handle that?
I think that we have the policy review in May.
Yeah.
So that would probably be a good time to do that if that's what the board wants to do.
I think May is fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree. I agree.
All right. So Michelle, remind us in May.
Oh, no, we'll get the reminder because we're
Okay.
all going to have to edit this again.
All right. Thank you. So for the most part, that's my request. In terms of a president report, only thing we already covered most of it. I've been meeting with Belinda and the chief regarding trying to look at our goals and our and policies related around policy statements related around the areas that we have been talking about. So that's going well. And so that's all I have. I haven't been doing too much.
Robert?
Yes, Virginia.
I have a report to make.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just want to thank Harold for being a part of the MPC Ready meeting with that Lynn put together. Harold, I think Lynn was very grateful that you were there, and you had quite an audience. I think probably close to 60 people at one point. So I just want you to know that the feedback was positive, and that people appreciated that you were there to answer questions, give updates. And I think being out there in those kinds of meetings is a really good thing, especially with the volunteer group. So I hope that you'll continue doing that if you're requested to do so. I think at the next meeting, which I think is this Saturday, John.
The 24th, that's correct.
Oh, the 24th. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Isn't that this Saturday?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think John Johnston's going to be the speaker. So I think people are looking forward to that as well.
Right. And
so just know that y'all have what?
And Zone Haven.
Yes, Zone Haven. Yeah. So I think it'll be interesting, but I just wanted to thank you for being there.
But I appreciate that, especially since I got to be introduced by somebody I helped rescue.
Oh, yes.
30 something years ago. And I didn't forget about it, but I was surprised that she wanted to do that. So that was very nice.
Yes. Oh, can I ask, there's one other thing. I think, Harold, did you get those emails regarding the county's committee that on the Y in Alameda de los Pulgas? I think the Board of Supervisors.
Avenue. And so John Johnson and I spoke today. We have a meeting tomorrow, but he sent me today, reviewed everything, just so you know. We're talking about the task force for Alameda de los Pulgas on the roadway. We looked at what was in question with the 2-foot mountable center dividers. It's not in areas that's a problem for us. John was going to make contact with the county, but it looks like everything that we did ask for is in there because they were working on the side for some of the turns on the street, the mountable center dividers, so we could come across against traffic. So there appears to be all of that is in line with what was requested, just so you know.
Okay. And then one other thing, I got an email from someone out in Weekend Acres about another grass fire, Harold, and I know that was in your report, but people are just kind of concerned about that, and they're kind of
Yeah.
getting tired that they just feel like nothing's getting done. And
You think
I
if
know
you-
y'all are working as hard as you can, but I just,
The firefighters are tired too, trust me.
yeah.
Um,
I mean, what can we do to move things along with Menlo Park or this Caltrans, somebody?
yeah, it's 11:30. I don't, there's
Yeah,
not
I know.
but
I'm just putting it out there.
but
I'm just putting it
I'll
out
say
there.
this, just expect that the fire numbers are gonna go up for the, from year to year, because the homeless encampments, and it's not just us, it's everywhere. The number of incidents are exploding, and there's, more and more fires, and we're not alone, obviously. So, and avoidance of the problem, which is what the state has been kind of doing, and certain jurisdictions have been doing as well, it's enabled it to get bigger and worse, and it's unintended consequences, right?
Yeah. Well, just keep us posted on that, I guess. I mean, it's a
Yeah,
concern for everybody.
I get Janet's emails. She sent me, I understand where she's coming from, but.
Well, I mean, she lives in a place that's vulnerable too.
It sounds like this. Is this something that, in terms?
Yeah,
I
no,
don't mean
yeah.
to cut you off, but
No,
it
no,
is
no, I know,
11:30, and
Yeah.
it kind of digressing from the agenda. So, Michelle, is there any public comments? Number 3.
We have no public comments.
Thank you. Item number 16, Chief, there is a letter of correspondence. Thank you.
I'm trying to see which one it is. Let me look at it real quick.
From San Mateo Consolidated.
That was
It's just
an information
information
only item, so no discussion is necessary on this.
Yeah, it was a nice thank you for helping them address a fire that they had. So it was, they didn't have to do it. We appreciate it, but it just shows that we're helping our neighbors. When they need our help, we give them help.
Well, tell them we said thanks for the nice letter.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
So
If there's nothing else, we'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll move to adjourn.
Second, all in favor?
We need to do a roll call vote.
Roll call, I'm sorry.
Okay, Director Bernstein?
Aye.
Director Crawley?
Aye.
Director Solano?
Rob's still here? He's checked in, but he's on mute.
Director McLaughlin?
Aye.
And Director Jones?
Aye.
We have a quorum. Oh, Director Solano, had a motion to adjourn? You're on mute?
You're on mute.
Okay,
Rob said aye.
We are adjourned at 11:30.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Have
you.
a good evening.
Bye.
Thanks, Michelle.
You bet.
Steve and Chief, thanks.